Hi.
We live.
We live. It's fucked up, but it's true.
After a week in the crypt, we live. Hey, Bubbly Milk!
Thank you, Bubbly, and thank you,
God,
Random
21
Zero
months.
Factor.
Hello, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you so much for
Big
resubscribing,
21
Bubbly
months.
Milk and Random Double Zero Factor.
Thank you.
I gotta make a year 2 sub badge, like, soon.
You do. It's fucked up, but
That
you
doesn't
do.
seem right. I don't think that's correct. I don't think... that can't be right. We've been doing this for like 6 months, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like 6 months.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, like 6 months.
Admittedly, I've absorbed a lot of information in the intermediate times about my opinions on Twitch modding, I guess. Time isn't real and get it plagues us all. That's the fucked up thing. Also, kids keep getting bigger, and
It's
eventually
twisted.
you grow... Let me tell you, you hit precisely 28 and/or gain a niece and nephew, and you become the adult who goes, wow, you can't, it comes out of you. It comes out of you.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, you
Help
got so
it.
big!
When you're a kid, you do not cognizate the idea that for an adult, that reaction is equivalent to going, oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh, Christ!
Oh
You
god,
scared
the
me.
passage of time. No, no, no. Oh, why are you so tall? Hey, what if I hit all the
Hi,
alerts
Stream
that
Elements.
says that
Thank
we're
you, Stream
live?
Elements. Hey, Vegeta!
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Do we have any follows? We do! We have, thank you for following Funny Doki. You
Thank
followed
you,
7
Funny
days
Doki.
ago. And thank you to anyone who showed up, or was hanging out in Holly's, chat view of, GDQ. That was a good time.
Yeah, that was fun. That was really fun.
Only true bugheads are here on time.
Christ.
Listen,
Bugheads.
anyone who shows up, we'll take. Hey, Ruble Beans, thank you for subscribing.
Hi. Thank you, Ruble.
I wasn't in Holly's chat as much as I could have been, but,
I was in basically every waking hour, God help me.
I kept forgetting to check in. I made the mistake of putting the chat in a separate window, which meant that it did not exist to me. My ADHD went, that? Yeah, we'll keep track of that, boss. We'll remember what's over there.
It was your first
It's
GDQ?
only behind an opaque layer.
Oh, Bubbly, that's great that was your first GDQ. That was fun.
Yeah, GDQ is absolutely fun, and I'm delighted in keeping up my improbable streak of getting a comment read like once a week.
Yeah. Yeah.
The secret is brief and a dumb joke.
Uh-huh.
If you're doing a low number, that's the
Uh-huh.
secret.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly someone may have done a bad meme. Possibly someone may have done
What?
a reference.
Who would do that?
One Piece
not
theme
me.
park vacation, yippee.
I keep forgetting that my fave shapes come from this channel. Aw, shucks.
Oh, the One Piece
So
Everywhere
ready to
system?
hear. That's kind of what it's like.
I'm literally, okay, I apologize if you follow me on Twitter starting July 1st.
Speaking of, I swear to God, I'll get an actual separate channel Twitter set up one of these days.
I have gained and lost 30 followers over the entire time that I've started One Piece
Culling the
USJ
weak.
posting. Yeah.
Culling the weak.
It really is, though. Like, I've been non-stop USJ posting, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm autistic,
No,
I can't help it, I'm sorry.
No, here's my favorite part. At some point during all of this, you tweeted, and I'm like quoting off the top of my head, but something along the lines of, I refuse to apologize for the USJ posting. OTL, I'm so sorry. Like the same thought, one tweet, bang that all out, hit send.
Listen,
Hey, Squidliminal.
listen.
Uh-huh.
Sanji's my little meow meow, and he's real at
That's
USJ.
not the part that I'm calling you out for. I'm calling you out for recreating the fucking Paul Rubens. I'm sorry I took the money. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry I took the... I'm sorry. That whole bit is just you every time you're possessed.
And what of it?
This is Bugs' personal, I had a case of the Mondays moment.
That's what it is. It's not the persimmons, it's that.
Oh, you want me to explain that to the audience? You want me to explain that? Bugs' brain is an infinite persimmon rendering machine. That's all you're getting out of me.
For context.
Pay channel points to get the full story.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what, yeah.
The energy is good. Thank you for resubscribing, Best Man Mothman.
Hey.
I can always tell it's good when we do a vacation because we gotta get up to the point of wanting to do a show again or like having the energy to do a show again just to be
Well, here's the story about the percent machine.
Thank you, Randos. You're effective for redeeming a 30,000k Bugs info dump. I'm gonna have a little sip of my drink.
So, when I was nearing the end of high school, I had really severe insomnia to the point where I was staying up for like 2 days at a time.
That's the fun version where it's like,
Yeah. So I found a trick that helped me sleep at night. You see, the lunch lady at school, I was too poor to, like, get lunch and too, like, shy to get lunch, so my friends would let me, bum off of theirs. And the lunch lady at the cart would give them all a persimmon that they didn't want, so I'd get to eat the persimmon. I had the thought of, well, maybe imagining something in very high detail will wear me out. So I would, at night, try to imagine as many persimmons as I could until I fell asleep. And I would try to imagine them, like, spinning in different, directions and, like, some in different colors. Thanks for the hype train! Level 2
Thank
hype
you all so
train!
much for the
Thank you
hype
so
train.
much! Or
We
level
do appreciate it.
And I would try to imagine as many persimmons as I could at once until my brain would shut off and I would go to sleep.
Bugs' brain is Gmod!
And
Bugs just started loading in. I cannot help but imagine just one of the persimmons just rattling and clanking around furiously.
Eventually, as I kept doing that every night, the stakes kept rising for what my brain could imagine for the amount of persimmons. Until I could not overload my brain with the amount of persimmons I could imagine anymore.
Bugs accidentally trained their brain into being a visual thinker, like a visualizing brain, by trying to render too many persimmons.
So, yeah. So that's the story of the persimmons. And
see, I think ironically this was literally the period in my life where my solution for insomnia was to just load up a silent let's play of Yume Nikki and just kind of let that go. I'm staring up at my own pixel art here. I'm sure that had no particular long-term effect on me, unlike other people who, I guess, just I feel like your brain is like an OBS setup, and there's gotta be a persimmon in there somewhere still.
Oh, I can pull up a persimmon on demand in my brain.
A load-bearing.
I can pull.
La-di-da! Mr. Fancy over here!
That's right. That's my power, baby!
Prove it! I'm this close to just paint me a persimmon right now! Oh god, I can hear tablet clicking! Extremely good Kirby music for this moment also. Yeah! I can see it now. Trafalgar Law also.
Listen.
Uh-huh. Persimmon because it was what Bugs was eating with lunch a lot at that time.
Mhm.
I don't know. If you want further questions and answers about it, do you recall the reason why you made choices as a teenager? Do you really?
I think someone in chat just called this a devil fruit power.
Devil fruit power conjures infinite persimmons,
Last time I
yes.
talked about persimmons, I had one single eye start to tear, but it's happening again. I think this is like a brain thing. Oh.
No! You're using up too much RAM. You gotta stop. It's a memory leak. You're moving the load. You remember that like rumor that there was like a load-bearing JPEG in TF2's files that like if you removed the JPEG, TF2 wouldn't work anymore?
Yeah.
This is the load-bearing persimmon.
Yeah, that's what this is. Oh,
Vegeta
ow.
says you're lagging.
Shut up.
To be fair, Bugs is busy intricately rendering and rotating Trafalgar Law also, so there might be kind of a multiple applications issue. Why is one of my eyes tearing up? What are you doing?
This is my power. This is my skill.
Are you using all the shared brain cells on this? Come on, man!
That's not a tomato, it's a persimmon. Shut up. Shut up. It's a persimmon. Shut up. You're being mean to me.
Sharing the load. Yeah, we're actually piloting a Jaeger every time we do stream. You just can't see it.
Yeah, it's really fucked up and twisted, but it's true.
It's true. It's cool though, we get to trade off powers. I gained a lot of really strong opinions about how tourists should be banned from Hawaii, and Bugs can now identify really bad weed on site, so
yeah,
it works out.
It's great, it's great, it's great.
Tomato persimmon, as the saying goes. Thank you for resubscribing, Raven Bonifoy. We do appreciate it.
You are so mean to me. Every day. I try to show you my persimmons, and you do not care.
I showed you my persimmons. Please respond.
Shut up!
Face foostum, face foostum, face foostum,
You're the one
face
who brought this up on the stream.
face foostum, face foostum.
Persimmon. Thank you, Sarah
Thank
Murphy.
you
You
for
donated
subscribing to me,
$12.
sir.
Yonji using the double golf cup for the slurpee.
Oh.
Just whatever
Oh.
Yonji strikes your fancy.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah Murphy, who just donated, and asked for, if this drink fits the park theme, Yonji using a double gulp cup for a Slurpee. If not, whatever Yonji strikes your fancy. Fuck yeah, I love Yonji.
Oh fuck yes, you can ask to donate for Yonjis every day, which thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's been too long since I last hit the horn, which sounds a little bit ridiculous.
Oh,
but
I need to put
now
my
I'm gonna hit
glasses
the other
back
horn.
on.
Hold on.
I was crying too hard. Yeah?
I had to use my inhaler.
Persimmons did this to you, huh?
Literally, I was laughing so hard that I'm crying a little. It's a beautifully rendered persimmon, too.
Thank you. This is,
The
my fan
Frankenbug
art.
game, or the hidden persimmon that has so many polygons that it crashes the game if you stare at it too long. Jesus Christ.
This is my, yeah. That's a One Piece character, everyone. You're welcome.
Uh-huh. That's true. That was the sound of me clicking on the stream that has slightly less stream delay to just see what's going on there. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it in browser instead of up on the TV.
I'm gonna warm up until 9 and then I'll get started and we'll get talking about USJ and I'll get drawn on the thank you again, Sarah Murphy. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you again. Yeah, Bugs is gonna do some warm-ups for now. When we switch over, I figure is when we'll do the big explanation of what the fuck a USJ is. and why we keep talking about it, and where all of these really just delightful poses of a handsome man dressed up as Sanji One Piece, wearing your not yet out of the closet uncle's barbecue outfit are coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is USJ, in short. But we'll get into the rest of it. But for now, we're gonna chill. We're gonna hang. We're gonna mention briefly that the Final Fantasy XIV IRL billboard for an in-game rave showcasing several against TOS model mods has been bringing me so much life. If that turns out like there isn't actually any physical billboards, it's
What
just
the
like
fuck?
nobody.
Hang on.
Oh.
Oh my god, Raven Bonifay.
Oh no!
Sanji's so excited to have fresh persimmon for cooking, unsure how those are prepared.
Okay, so Baby Raven Bonifay would tip $69 and asked for Sanji cooking persimmons. Sanji's so excited to have fresh persimmon for cooking, unsure how those are prepared. Thank you, Raven Bonifay. Why would you do this to me, Raven Bonifay?
Thank
you, Raven Bonifay.
Spare Keys, what you have just heard is the sound alert for a $69 donation. And oh, how I still remember, to this day, the conversation of, well, nobody will ever donate that much, so we can put whatever dumb joke there we want to.
Uh-huh.
And now, because I am legally required to,
Have you set up a 690 yet? That's very scary to
don't
ask.
call the devil to our door! Scary!
I tried to set up something once and Frankie vetoed it because it was causing
Literally,
him...
I vetoed it because someone will do it and I don't trust you people.
Well,
Thank you so much. Yeah?
it was
Oh, no,
causing-
wait, Oh, right, I remember why I vetoed it. It wasn't for
Pirates
noble
down on
reasons, it was
THFR.
because it was a
Huh?
terrible sound.
Huh?
Huh?
Holy shit. Okay. Thank you, best friend Mothman, who tipped $50 and asked Straw Hat Pirates down on the farm.
You monsters, I haven't even finished doing my funny noises!
Thank you. I could pay
Alright,
back
hold
my
on a
mom
sec.
for paying for my insurance this month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Real quick. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ugh.
I ran out of the ability to do math.
It's
Yeah, there was some
131.
small one.
You've done an amount.
I did one wiggle, I did one slide whistle, I don't think I own another slide whistle. No,
You do.
I almost... I do? Alright. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, that was the sound of me desperately trying not to sneeze into my mic.
Frankie's
That
going to
wasn't
hold his
Milky,
breath
I
until he
sneezed!
dies.
I sneezed and I restrained it! I'll get Milky out, you monsters.
Oh, you're calling it Milky now, I see.
No! God damn it!
Thank you, best friend man.
That was the wrong side.
Uh-huh. Awesome. Going good.
It's been a second!
Uh-huh.
Alright. That's bad. Oh, God.
Thank you to
Ow.
T, who donated $19 to bring it to exactly $150 with less than 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the donation. Alright, hold on. Just, even if I try to make it sound nice, it still hurts to use. Why? How? Does it actually sound like a fucking normal instrument if I play it like that, or am I just so used to it now?
I don't know anymore.
I don't know either.
I will do that for you, best friend Mothman, I promise. Thank you.
And I think I owe one more wiggle still, possibly two. And why not? One more. Go to forgive measure. Good Lord, thank you all so much. Oh no. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, just the sound of the kazoo in my ear.
Yeah, that'll do it. To be quite honest. Did kazoo? The kazoo hurts me every time I play it. It kind of buzzes up in the nose. Yeah,
A little.
thank you all. Literally, thank you all so much
Thank
for your
you,
donations
thank
and
you,
your kind
thank
support
you.
before we've even entirely popped off today. Good Lord. We do appreciate it. Extremely. Also, I have talked with folks before about like, oh no, are you kidding me? If we knew other streamers were like donating, forced them to pick up a fucking like silly noisemaker, absolutely. That'd be the funniest thing. So, we do these things because it suits our taste, and then we have to live with the consequences, which I think is funny.
Yeah, agreed.
I think I have one more. There we go. So, while we were kind of on break, mostly we did watch GDQ and zone out and rest, in my case, and sleep a lot, and also work a little bit. Just to, like, we took actual vacation this time. Pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Would y'all like to know the funniest KHUX quest name to date, and how many quests it took up? Let me scroll back up and get the specific. Quests 115 through 20, which is 5 total quests. 5 quests of getting past enemies and grinding and doing fights on your phone game. Killing Time!
Mm-hmm.
The quest is named Killing Time!
Mm-hmm.
It literally opens with Chirithi leaving to go get just bailing. And then it's just fuck around. Like, it might as well be you got left in the car, the quest.
Good for Chirithi.
And I don't mean in like a, oh, you are fighting a god manifest of time. No. I'm at least soothed by Jump Up Superstar.
Mm-hmm. So
But
before
I had to share that.
before we get started on the donation request, which thank you all so fucking much for how much you popped
Yeah.
off today. I want to talk about something. I want to talk about I want you to get a peek into my twisted mind. My twisted mind. Alright, I'm gonna pull up this monitor so I can start the show.
Are we going on the photo tour?
Yeah, we're going on the photo tour.
Yeah.
So,
we're gonna start to talk about Universal Studios Japan, which is what we call USJ, and we're gonna talk about in more detail.
Awesome! Alright.
Yeah! No, scroll back up! You scroll back up!
So,
Scroll back, yeah!
So, USJ is Universal Studios Japan.
Yeah, which is a theme park based off of Universal Studios. We got one here too, it's just less this stuff.
So, USJ has something called Cool Summer. And what that is it's a summer event where, I should preface this with something else, actually.
Bugs' general theme park knowledge? Or something else?
No, so Universal Studios Japan has a very interesting marketing thing where over here at theme parks you kind of go for like the permanent attractions. You go for like, okay, here's Haunted Mansion is here forever. Here is like we will be showing the same water world like every day. You know, and not to say that Japan doesn't have their own like, you know, permanent attractions, permanent shows. They have the same water world in fact, and water world is actually very popular over there. So, let me swap to another song, actually.
A little bit distracting.
Yeah. Okay. So, in Japan, there is kind of like this seasonal thing at Universal Studios Japan where it's like, okay, it's spring, so we're bringing in the Sailor Moon exhibit, so the VR coaster will be done over with, like, here's Evangelion versus Godzilla, which was the thing for a while. It's Sailor Moon time, so it's all Sailor Moon cake. And all Sailor
if
Moon
I can
popcorn.
for just a second, that's very common in general in entertainment in Japan. Like, seasonality in what's going on is super common in a way that's just not really so common in the US. Like, seasonality in, like, okay, it is X season, there is Y food at places is, like, the low end, and then the high end is kind of stuff like this. Hey, Snail.
Hi.
Go on.
So, you may remember, if you've been following for a very long time, there's a while where I was tweeting a fuck ton of Lupin the Third actors doing a stage show. This is the same thing at USJ, and what it is, at the time, it was a restaurant where midway through, Lupin would come in and he would flirt with every woman customer, and he and Sanji and Goemon would interact, and, like, you know, it would depend,
Sanji.
like... Sorry. And every year the show would change a little bit.
And there's also, like, a live show that would happen out in the middle of a crowd that was very fun, and the physical acting is real good.
So, there is a semi-permanent summer attraction at USJ called Sanji's Restaurant. You can see in bold here, I've been searching, this is Sanresu. Sanji Restaurant, that's not right. Okay, so, every year, what it is, they host a kind of host club type restaurant where you go and you eat, and characters interact around you, and they'll come to your table, and they kind of mime. This is the layout of the tables, actually. This right here is the main stage area in the center.
Which, quick shout out to the fucking wild, organized, and intense Japanese fandom.
Yes.
Specifically where it centers on our fucking mostly homegirls.
Yeah.
Who are really into Sanji. I'm literally fucking saluting the troops over here.
So what it is you get special meals, and then characters will come in and mime. And what it is they're acting to a pre-recorded track. It's actually a takeover. If you look up here, this is a takeover of an area set up for the Jaws attraction.
Yeah.
So it's a seaside restaurant. So you will have Zoro will come table to table with his cup, and, you know, you get photos of him. They have a section where you get a candy apple and they give you a chocolate pen, and you write out, like, you know, in this case it's delicious, Karayo, I'm not sure what that says, Sanji-kun, don't know that kanji.
A little message to your favorite.
Yamete. Oh, stop smoking, Sanji. So, you get a bunch of hot guys who come around to your table and flirt at you, basically.
And to be clear, there's only ever one Sanji, but the characters in general all kind of rotate around the shop and travel around it. In fact, there's, like, little skits and interactions between those characters.
In fact, what's fascinating is that you will get otaku for the Sanji restaurant who will track, like, hey, so here's the schedule coming up. X is playing Sanji for this showing. If you're a big fan of X, come here. This is Eustace Kid, Captain Kidd from One Piece. So they have him this year. So, okay, I want to show you something for how serious the character selection for this is. I was excitedly posting this to the group chat the day of the reveal of the One Piece thing. Here's how the characters have to enter the restaurant on the first day, because it would give away who is there at the restaurant.
Yes, literally, like, they have to come in the fucking modesty shroud so that Org fucking 13 is here.
So, when you go to the restaurant, there is food. Themed food. So it's an actual restaurant with a show. So you get different meals, you know, you see there's hearts and stuff. This confetti here is actually edible, and what they do, and they have this every year, there's some kind of meal that has a special factor to it. Like, they would have, one year I remember, it was a chocolate heart that Sanji would go table to table, pouring, like, chocolate on so it wouldn't melt apart. So you have that audience interaction
There's
kind
some,
of
like,
feature.
there's always a finishing touch that Sanji adds to like specific dishes so that like the Sanji actor specifically will come to your table to do those little things and
Yes.
flourishes.
This year it's the confetti and the popcorn for the meat dish. And this is the kids' meal. Made to look like Zoro. It is what it is.
I think it's
And bring home
cute. Yes, souvenir cakes, which are like themed to the different characters, so you can literally get your pal like, here's your Blorbos cake.
And here's your Blorbush drink. Here's Trafalgar Law's drink, which has his hat on it.
His hat!
Eustace's kid drink has his face on it. This one's the all blue, and this is the Love Love cocktail.
The Love cocktail cracks me up. That's the best one.
Yeah. In fact, they'll have like Zoro loves booze, so they show the Zoro actor. Let me find the image I sent to you with "He's gay, I know it." Hang on.
Which I should be clear real quick while Bugs is hunting for something. Bugs is who like trawls the tags and does like the retweet storms.
I know it.
But I'm over here to the side, like reacting to them in the Discord and retweeting a few. And hey.
So, you might be wondering, hey, why is this big guy with the metal arm, Eustace Kid, why are there so many pictures of him carrying around a fucking cactus? I mean, a cabbage? So, the theme of the restaurant, because every year there's a different skit, the one that I liked was they had Yeonjian, who was jealous that Sanji was getting attention and, was coming to flirt with his customers. So, here's the skit this year. Sanji has sent out his fucking friends, who can't get anything right, to go get ingredients for him. Luffy has brought back what he believes to be a giant chicken wing, but if you look, you see there's actually a branch with a leaf on it.
It's just wood. It's just wood. He thought he got a big cool piece of meat, and it's just wood.
Eustace Kid has brought back a cabbage because he wants cabbage rolls, and he does not care about what Sanji asked for. Trafalgar Law... Oh, and also they fight about who brought back the best thing. Trafalgar Law, my fucking Blorbo.
Can I just say real quick, Kid and Luffy have some real, like, caveman to caveman communication going on.
Yes,
here.
agreed. Trafalgar Law, my fucking Blorbo, has brought back rock salt with an inexplicable fuzzy thing on it, and when Law and Luffy are competing over who has the best ingredient, Law will just silently lift up the rock salt and hold it up to Sanji, who is wearing his One Piece Film Red outfit. He changes halfway through, so you get some time to eat your meal between skits, so you can actually enjoy the meal. So yeah, and Zoro has brought back honey. I don't have a picture of that, but, so this
Call
is...
it crystallized rat.
So this is like, you know, this is the outfit he appears in at first, and then he changes into the One Piece Film Red outfit. And...
Yeah, so you get kind of both, good god. You get kind of both,
at the end, you pose
fan
with all of
service
them,
outfits.
and you get to see what he's made out of, you know, what ingredients they brought back. Which, it's all prop stuff,
hold
it's
on.
very cute.
Can we show the good people that picture of him doing the razzle dazzle in his shorts? Real quick.
If you can find it for me, yes.
It's the last one you looked at.
Hmm?
One of the last ones you were just looking
this
at
one.
had him. Yeah.
Yeah, the shorts. It's bad. It's a bad look. I love it. I love it for him. Every year, Sanji gets a special assistant character who you may notice he's the only one with a microphone. This is because he's allowed to improv, so things he'll do is he'll go around and, like, show plates to characters, or, he was taking the chocolate pen that people use for this part. This person loves onigiri.
Christ.
Sorry.
No, I think this is a good segment. I think just us looking through this tag is possibly the funniest thing we could be doing
I'm so
here.
fucking sorry. So, he will go up to Trafalgar Law and be like, "Oh, sir, your hat doesn't have as many spots this year," and try to fill it in with a chocolate pen and get shoved off. Yeah, so
Yes.
I do want to mention, someone in chat, Jumblekeeper, just said Law looks like he has no idea where he is. Every
Yes.
fucking year Trafalgar Law is in the Sanji restaurant, he looks like he is acutely fucking miserable to be there. It's great. I want to show you something else.
Can I provide some context on Trafalgar Law real quick?
Please, please, please.
So Trafalgar Law is a character from One Piece who doesn't show up until quite a long ways into the series. He shows up briefly right before the hiatus, or well, the in-universe hiatus time skip occurs, and then he kind of becomes more of a main character after that at around the arc Punk Hazard. He is a very fun character because he's one of the most direct examples of someone going from outright antagonist to outright, oh, it turned out everything he's doing had a decent reason, he becomes an ally. That's not a major spoiler, and it's the kind of spoiler I don't care about sharing to at this point. There's a lot of One Piece. There's a lot of One Piece. The main thing it's important to know is that this bitch is a Bleach escapee.
Yeah.
This dude is from a different, more serious anime, and literally, Demo, my friend, was like, hey, I actually had a fit of madness and reread Bleach. You're right. Law is like an escapee from Bleach. You could just edit him right in. But long story short, he is notable because he is the most straight man character in the series. And whereas most of the other characters kind of goof around, he is a cat who's wandered into a photo shoot.
Yes, and it's... yeah, you can see it here, particularly. Yeah, he... poor bastard, he keeps getting sucked into these funny things.
And look at his outfit! This is
no!
his outfit for the movie that's coming out? No!
People keep doing this to him. Okay, so...
bullying him, bullying him, bullying him, bullying him, bullying
Trafalgar
him.
Law lived in what I can only explain is like a nightmare screamer house.
What you need to know is there's a character called Doflamingo, and he hates that fucking bitch.
Yeah.
He hates that bitch.
So this person says, I love Doflamingo the most. And then they hold up their Tsum Tsum of the character, and he threatens to draw his sword on them. Fucking king shit. I love this. I love this.
So, something that we're probably going to talk about a lot later on, like when Bugs is drawing, is the character acting that the people who do these walking, like, face rolls, I desperately want to see the rules guidelines for each character, because there's gotta be some, like, anyone mentions Doflamingo, you see Doflamingo. Also, hey, hi, hey. Not at Luffy. I'm on a delay. That was at Sanji, to be clear. Luffy, no. Luffy, no!
So...
some people say if you hold this photo up before your eyes and close your eyes right at the impact point, your brain will believe that you've died. Some people find this peaceful.
So the other thing that happens at USJ... I'm gonna mute this tab just in case. There are multiple live shows at USJ to promote One Piece. This year, not so much. This year we have the Sanji restaurant and this show because of COVID restrictions.
Yeah, basically, like, they're trying to reduce the amounts of, like, large crowd events where... understandable reasons.
So, previously there was a cute water gun show where children would be given water guns by Marines and would, be told, shoot at the pirates, and they would shoot at the Marines.
I'm gonna talk a lot about the water shows once we start drawing.
Yeah.
I'm very fond.
There was also a show where they would have little children's cosplayers, come on stage and get interrogated by Marines, which was very cute. And then, in the Waterworld stage, every year they put on something called the premiere show. And what it is it's a, I believe, $40 ticket show where you would go in and you watch a One Piece live show. And this is what this year's looks like.
Marines are the default bad guy, more or less, in One Piece because it's a pirate setting.
Yeah, exactly. So this year's story is basically we're seeing the backstory of Zoro and Luffy and how they got where they are. Outside of some big, moments. But it's really cool. They use the whole Waterworld set. They use pyrotechnics. They use all sorts of effects. Thank you, Fandom Hop.
Which, if you're unfamiliar, there is a water show stunt pyrotechnic show that is done at USJ like constantly every year all the time, and they use the same set for One Piece, which is why it looks like this.
Yeah. And what's really, yeah, he is stanced up. I noticed a few of you saying Chopper, Chopper, what they do to my man Chopper. Yeah, it's scary, but
Listen, they have to use a mascot suit. They have to use a mascot suit. Listen.
but what's fascinating is that they actually have different mascot suits, Jinbei, for different forms. So they'll bring out like, oh, it's soft form. So out comes, you know, Chopper in a full mascot costume. You know, with just the puffball in the face. So yeah,
worth noting, they started doing Jinbei differently. He used to be a
yes.
suit character also, and now it's like a set of very simple face prosthetics is what it looks like. It looks way better.
Yes, agreed. And you know, you're seeing this, but you have to picture that you're in an arena seeing this at the yeah, nipple lights.
Yeah. It's important you all know that it is so canonical that Furanki, the character of One Piece, has nipple lights, and it comes up a few times.
This is actually like,
Honestly, the show looks pretty dope.
yeah, for real.
Sometimes the years past in shows, it's a little bit like some of the OAVs, where it's like, and here is spunky little kid Chan, who has a dream and needs or here's doomed romantic couple who is threatened by the bad guys.
Hang on,
This show looks pretty dope, though.
I'm gonna actually pull this up on a different tab to look for it. You must understand whenever they show Sanji fighting in the One Piece thing. Let me look up One Piece premiere show. Premiere show. I believe this was 2021. I'm looking for with Bon Clay.
Oh my god, Bon Kure.
Yeah, they have Sanji breakdancing and spit kicking. It's
the reason
fucking
y'all
awesome.
are seeing, there's also a Sesame Street
Oh,
part to
hi.
Universal Studios Japan.
Sorry, yeah, this is one of my favorite Twitter accounts. This is Kakutani0225, who retweets basically everyone's photos every day. Also, minions are there every day from the USJ.
Oh, minions sure are there, baby.
Yeah, you know, events. Shrek's there, Charlie Brown there. This gives you a real sample of what properties USJ has.
Sorry, it's my turn to get jump scared by somebody running by blasting music.
Let's see. Oh, and Woody Woodpecker and Girl Woody Woodpecker. Okay, hang on. I'm going to find this real quick.
Basically, what we're saying here is Universal Studios Japan rules, and I feel like sometimes America's parks decided, like, well, Disney does all the mascot stuff, so...
I'm gonna show you guys real quick just some segments from the water show they had for kids.
Yes. Okay, can I talk about the water shows for kids a little bit?
Please.
So the water show for kids are my personal favorite part of this park, because it is basically, like, the most fun little kid type adventure thing, where it is literally straight up, like, kids get in a big crowd, this is before COVID, of course, or with, there's a reason they're not doing this. Kids get a special water gun from the park, and like you can get little ponchos for the kids and everything. And they're told, okay, we need your help to defeat the bad guy. Like, I think Usopp's literally doing it right here. Like, everybody, you are a member of Usopp's Pirates, and I need you to help us defeat the bad guy. And literally, like, the kids just get to hose down the villains, and the fight on stage is done via, like, they got water rigged to shoot out in big goofy jets and bursts. It'll be like Luffy does a big punch and there's a big blast of water, or someone else does their special move and there's a blast of water from the other side. And it is my favorite thing because the sheer joy and energy of both, like, the big bad guy characters and my favorite, the Mook level actors, when they get hit by, like, a kid, the sheer, like, no, I am defeated, type energy is my favorite. To me, that's, like, a dream job is just being a shitty mook for kids to hit with water while you, like, dive backwards. Some of the marine type shows, which, as I said, is the main antagonistic force in the series, have, like, marine mooks that are, like, unnamed characters, and the actors will literally, like, throw themselves backwards to the ground under the terrible force of one spray of water. It's the best.
Let me see if I can get footage of Buggy in the crowd menacing children, because I
Yes,
noticed a lot of you
I
like
think he
Buggy.
does at the end of this bit. He kind of does like a circuit of the crowd.
Let's see. Oh, I think Buggy is trying to hide in the crowd because children are shooting it. No?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. The fucking heel of all time.
Germa should play Buggy is what Frankie keeps telling me, and he's right.
Germa should play Buggy. It's not that they look alike, it's that it's the only... I can drop a screen cap to hand.
Oh, that's Mr. 3, by the way.
That's Mr. 3. It's so important you know that he was not invented for the parks at all. He is a reoccurring character who is actually responsible for Zoro almost cutting his feet off.
I should mention also, this is a seasonal show too. This gets rethemed for every, like, main major story. So here is Beppo, who's on Trafalgar Law's team, the giant polar bear. And
it's important you know that Trafalgar Law does have a funny polar bear, and we can't talk about why there's a man wearing an eggshell. Just... Well, actually, I am going to mention that he has a speech tick that's where he goes a boom at the end of sentences.
Beige is on stage! Hang on!
Are we gonna show them Beige?
So Beige is a man who has the castle fruit, and there's a castle inside his stomach.
His whole body is a castle fortress, as well as his regular body. Not just his stomach. Not a vor thing, it's weirder than that.
Yeah.
And what's important is because he's a castle, you can go in him and be small and in a little castle, and his men who are in him can fire cannons out of him, and then the cannonballs become big because they're outside of him again. Literally just Eggman from Sonic? It super fucking isn't, but it might be a little bit of reference. Fucking stupendous. That ballet, I'm obsessed with the actor who plays the egg guy, because the ballet, like, jumps and springs and mime acting is the best. Oh, and sometimes they literally just haul buckets of water to throw at the crowd, which I think is
really good. Yeah, it's really good.
Major rule of the chat, don't argue with me! Sorry.
Oh yeah, that sucks though. Let's see. Yeah, so they call it Water Battle. Oh, and then there's one more show. Let's see. This is where the Marines will interrogate children.
Yes, specifically it's a cosplay event for kids, where the whole shtick is like, sir, we found the Straw Hat! Pulls up a 6-year-old dressed like Zorro.
Luffy. And they go, oh my god, who are you? And he goes, I'm Luffy. And they go, oh my god, it's Straw Hat Luffy! No, stand back, it's Straw Hat Luffy!
And in this one specifically, they literally go like, okay, to figure out if you're really Luffy or not, you gotta do his special move and get the kid to, like, try to mime. And that's the one where the Marines, like, throw themselves backwards off the stage. Devastation, murder, they've been killed by this child's gentle mime work.
And so Kobe over there isn't really mic'd up, and has to kind of like, I don't think that's Luffy. That is a 6-year-old. That's a 6-year-old child.
The pink-haired dude is Kobe, and he's a very early character who is literally the one cop that we like.
He's like the scar. He doesn't have the scar. That's a child. The scar. The scar. The scar.
I think my favorite is at some point with a Zorro actor, he's like feverishly miming. He's short. He's too short. That's not.
Yeah, there it is.
Like, small. That's not. Look at the size. Look at the. What you need to know about Kobe is he might be the last person in the Navy with a functioning conscience, and he definitely has one of the few brain cells.
Yes. I do want to show you real quick Water Show. Just a little bit from the One Piece Water shows. What the fuck? No, that can't be. Oh, that's okay. Oh, wait, actually, look at this. They got the voice actors out, and had them mime with their characters one year for premiere events.
It's very cool. I love getting to see voice actors, honestly.
Yeah,
And it's
for
cute
real.
because, like, these actors are all so used to miming along with, like, the actual words and everything. I wish Usopp was played by a mixed race guy, but his actor is very good.
Little Chopper.
Oh, the chopper mouth is bad.
Yeah, it's
Chopper
scary. I don't
mouth
like
is
it.
bad.
Chopper used to be in the Sanji restaurant, and they took him out real quick.
I would not want to be confronted at close. I'm sympathetic to the issues of trying to make a suit that can lip sync,
Yeah.
but Also, Frankie's voice actor, who you're about to see in a second, he's back there, is also the voice actor for Bon Kure, who is my favorite, which I love, because they really
the
just decide.
Brook.
Yeah!
The Brook they do is so good. Look at the motion on the mouth.
Oh my god! I'm obsessed with the Brook suit acting. It's so good.
Yes.
And what I love is that because all of the characters are working in pantomime, he doesn't actually. You can tell what a fucking nerd upbringing I have because of how I say the word pantomime, by the way. Literally, like, because they all do pantomime, it doesn't look out of place that he has to do more body acting because he doesn't have any expressions to work with.
Yeah.
What's so sad is that I think that they can't do the Brook for the little kid water shows because I imagine that unlike the other suits, if his hair and skull piece got like soaked, it would be bad and difficult to clean up afterwards.
Oh, something I should note about Sanji. So there's
we got a lot of time to talk, but indeed.
Sorry, it's just with the footage here, we just saw him running to Nami. Something I should note, is there's literally a skipping corridor in his restaurant just for Sanji to skip and throw his arms in the air because he's surrounded by women.
He needs room to frolic.
Oh, Brook in motion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love the Brook. Good God.
So every year there's a different story for the Waterworld thing. This is like, hey, welcome to the island of this doesn't count or matter. We're gonna have a feast for the best dancer. Okay, bye-bye, there's a villain, you have to beat him. Every year, it's very cute.
Yeah, pretty. I believe this is one of the genre of, oh no, the young couple who are in love are unable to, cause bad guy. I prefer the small child in danger type model of shows. This year they had the kimono fan service.
Wait, hang on, I have to show my favorite part. I know why I had this here, it was because I was time-stamping. Look at them.
Tukutukus, this is literally Universal Studios Japan, and it is a special One Piece theming that they do on pre-existing sets, including the Waterworld Stunt Show Extravaganza, which is why it's themed like that.
Yeah. So, literally, Sanji goes from table to table doing, like, a special, like, you know, this is the special meal thing. If you were a man at Sanji's restaurant, he despises you. He will fucking glare at you. He will put his finger over the camera on your phone. He will just,
I want to see him sneer.
I saw footage of him pretending to kick the seat of a guest that was a dude at the thing.
Yes! He only wants to, because that's a part of his character, is that he likes girls and doesn't give a shit. Like, he fusses over the girls on the crew in a, I would say, non-creepy way, because he's just a goof, and it's just like, I made you a special parfait! And then the joke is always like, hey, we want a parfait! Fucking huff your own farts, idiots! And then everyone does get a parfait in the end, is how that joke ends every time. But I want to get sneered at. I want to get sneered at. I don't care. I want to get sneered at.
It's very good. He will hop up on the poles and twirl around them, which is why you see pictures of him, like, sticking his ass out on poles. It's very good.
Listen, all I'm saying is that typically, as a dude who likes dudes, there's not a lot of avenues in my life where I could get sneered at by a pretty boy and know that it's play fun time. make pretend good. Listen.
Mm-hmm. I love
was right.
seeing Trafalgar Law saunter out and watching every
Yeah.
camera. Like, sorry, go on.
I just think that us US gays who got raised on a lot of media with mean punk boys and tsunderes, need an outlet of some kind. And I'm just saying.
Luffy comes in with a dead fish he's demanding Sanji cook, by the way.
Yeah. I literally, as near as I can tell, the basic skit outline, because this is basically like a dinner theater event, but for nerds of a
Yeah.
very specific stripe. And by the way, I can't emphasize this enough. I fucking love the goddamn fangirls for these events. I think that they are cool and
Mhm.
really well organized, and
Mhm.
I feel so much happiness for them getting to see their blorbos wander around and like, oh, Trafalgar hates it here. Yes, like that's a good time.
Yes. Agreed.
But the skit is always like Sanji is introduced. Sanji is excited to have a restaurant full of mostly girls. He does his thing, and then his dumb shit friends burst into his beautiful restaurant paradise of girls and do shenanigans.
Yeah. And
That's basically the outline.
every year there's a moment where Zoro, who is typically wandering around the restaurant, demanding Sanji refill his drink,
Yes.
butts head with Sanji. It's very cute. I want to find one last thing before we get to drawing proper, and thank you all for your
Absolutely.
patience with this.
No, this is what they're here for. This is what we're here for, and it's easier to explain this stuff while looking over photos, to be honest.
So this is the cute thing to me. I mentioned earlier what ingredients Kid and Law and Zoro and Luffy brought in. Not what Sanji asked for, right?
Mm-hmm.
He still makes stuff with it. Here is, meat and
Yeah.
sweets. But then, let's see, popcorn. Here's the stuff he made with what his friends brought in. Trafalgar Law loves onigiri, so Sanji made him fancy onigiri with caviar and has cut the rock salt into a fucking diamond on top. Hello? Hello?
King.
Hello?
King.
You got the seaweed here. He has cut up Luffy's, tree thing and made it a centerpiece for actual meat.
And that Luffy doesn't. He said Luffy doesn't. He's preserved his friends.
And Luffy, you'll
innocence.
notice it looks like there should be a piece here. It's because Luffy will pick up a piece with his bare hands and eat it while wandering the restaurant. That is a honeycomb. That's what Zoro brought in, and he just plates it like that, just upside down, like, yeah, sure, honeycomb,
Fuck
whatever.
You. Fuck you. Fuck you.
And then here's cabbage rolls for Kid who wanted cabbage rolls.
Who's the only person, to be fair, he did not follow the Okay, here's what I love. Trafalgar understood the instructions, but completed them in the most baffling way possible.
Yes.
Luffy just wants to eat meat.
Yes.
Zoro technically may have been following instructions, but also very clearly just went and got an actual beehive.
Yes.
And just grabbed it like a hungry bear trundling through the fucking woods.
Exactly.
And Captain Kidd is the only one who, brought a normal food ingredient, but it is not what Sanji asked for.
Let's see.
And I think that truly describes something. And yes, the props are absolutely beautifully made. Part of what's so cool about, USJ's One Piece is that, as you've now seen, the costume creation is fantastically put together. The actors put a ton of work into, the pantomime that they do, the characterization, and the props have that perfect, that fish prop that Luffy, carries around dangling off the fishing pole is perfect.
Yeah. Oh, one last thing, actually. Sorry.
Not Bugs! This is the subject we're talking about this whole stream!
I know, but still...
No, one last thing.
Listen.
I'm gonna be like, so let's talk more about the parks, and Bugs is gonna go, no, my internal timer!
So one last thing is, at the premiere show, they actually bring out some really good costumes for the characters. This is Mihawk.
Yeah.
And Perona. And, Zoro is a little kid with his friend Kuina.
Which, by the way, when we were watching a little bit of that one live show, like the footage from it, Mihawk's sword prop looks great.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, it takes, like, the fact that they're taking objects that were made in 2D with no thought towards translating them, like, because you don't, that's just not how you make a comic usually, and made it, like, look as natural. Oh, the Jinbei looks so fucking good. Okay. We're trying to figure out if Jinbei was just born with blonde streaked hair, or if he is dyeing his hair black, because his eyebrow, blonde, streaks, blonde, beard-ish curlies, blonde. Answer the question, Jinbei.
Answer the question, Jinbei. Yeah, if you want to look up more about this show, use the tag, and it's in katakana, One Piece premiere show. The other thing coming in that hasn't opened yet, is...
Maybe we could put a direct link to where the tag is on Twitter, like, in the Discord.
Yeah. Is there's going to be, you can see this on the left here, a One Piece VR roller coaster.
Yeah.
So, it hasn't opened yet, I believe. When is this opening? It's hard to get footage coming out of the... Is this, I believe? Oh no, that's the dates the live show's running until. Doesn't say yet. Oh no, August. Wait.
Kind of makes sense, a reason to get people back into the park, like, in the late part of the season.
Yeah, it's hard to get footage of VR coasters. I believe there was only one little bit of footage that ever leaked from the Lupin VR roller coaster, but what they do, you were riding in the Mini Mary, which is a little part of the boat, their main boat.
The Thousand Sunny, their second ship, has a bunch of little, like, mini ships, and one of them is a tribute to their first ship.
And what's fascinating about their VR roller coasters is depending on what seat you get on the ride vehicle, you get a completely different VR experience. It would be the same ride, of course, but what it is like, for the Lupin one, this is the one I always like talking about, they have, like, okay, you've gotten in the seat behind Jigen. Jigen twists around and looks at you and tips his hat. And when you go through the coaster, there's a lot more action with Jigen. Okay, you're sitting, behind Lupin. So Lupin turns around. He's like, hey, welcome onto the ride, and, whatever. So, I want to ride on it so bad. I want to see the character animation.
It's a really cool way to have, like, the ride is at base the same, but because it's already doing this VR thing that's presented to you on screens to begin with, they can swap in different routes, which is kind of one of the advantages of, like, screen-type technology in rides, which I sure wish when American studios will use screens because they're cheaper, they did cool stuff with it like that more often. Yeah, honestly, probably the footage just looks bad, in part, is why it's not used much. Oh, that brook is good.
The brook is very good.
We have it, like, in our character breakdowns, which we will be resuming next time we do a One Piece type night. I'm excited when we get to talk about Brook. I mean, nothing's stopping me from talking about Brook tonight, but,
Yeah. Also, something else I should mention, Sanji Honey. Oh my god, what is this? That's horrible.
Die.
I love him.
This man needs to be tried for his crimes.
Yeah. He needs to go to jail forever. I love him. So something else they do at these pre-shows that's really cute. At one point in One Piece, the characters are separated for 2 years. And there are knockoffs of the Straw Hats that try to take their glory. So there's this big guy, and he's going like, yeah, I'm Luffy, you want my autograph, 50 berries.
It's my favorite. They're from, like, a bit in the manga where it's literally like, imagine being the dipshit who's like, yeah, I'm Billy the Kid.
Yeah.
So if you want to be part of my gang, but it's One Piece.
Yeah. So the pre-show for this is those guys come out to the audience like, hey, welcome everybody to the One Piece show. It's me, Luffy, and here's all my friends. It's Sanji and the other one. Do you kick Sanji?
Literally like, imagine, like, the word, like, Nico Robin, but in quotes.
Yeah, legally distinct Nico Robin.
Twitch stream safe, Brooke.
Yeah. So, thank you all for watching that. So, I like that. I think it's funny that they do that.
It's really fun. It's such a good bit, and like, you know, we like we mentioned earlier, like, oh, goofy like egg looking dude. There's like this character, that character. The number of One Piece characters in general, also all rise for Didi's anthem. The number of One Piece characters is ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
if you sat down to try and do a like name these One Piece characters quiz, you'd be there a while.
Mm-hmm.
But the number of different designs that they have available as suits, as walkabout actors, is really genuinely striking, because it'd be easy to just stick to the main Straw Hats, or like, you know, Buggy the Clown is kind of a given, I think. I feel like he's not, how to put it, he's like, kind of the mascot villain. in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Agreed.
But Buggy the Clown is gonna be like plot relevant in the final chapter somehow. Also, Tuku says, lately I've seen One Piece stuff almost everywhere, which is strange because I've never watched it or follow people that post about it. I wonder if it's because something's happening in the manga anime.
Yes.
A couple of things are actually happening. The manga just wrapped up its most recent storyline, and the author, Oda, has outright said the next storyline is the last one because he wants to wrap up the series before he dies from doing it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been going with the manga. The anime has been catching up with the last arc, and as near as I can tell, it's hit some of the really hype sequences in it. So there's that in the anime. It's introduced 2 canonical trans characters, which a lot of dipshit fans are quibbling about it, because unless One Piece writes down the word trans,
Mm-hmm.
I guess. Remember, folks, if you're mad enough about a character being trans and they're hot to you, a cis guy, you can go on Twitter and write things like, just because someone uses male pronouns doesn't... It's like, you're so close to actually wrapping around to interesting gender thoughts, but so close. My only respect goes out to the dude with the YouTube thumbnail that's, if Yamato's a dude, then I'm bi! Like, you know what? Good for you, man. But anyways, so that's going on for the anime and manga, and overall characterization, and also the live-action show being made in the West is under production, and we're all kind of like, maybe it'll be fun, I don't know. They made a fully functioning series of live sets for the Goofy ships and sea ocean restaurants, so it's clear some actual effort is being put into it. So, like, if I was hearing out of it that it was all green screen, I'd be more worried, but it seems like it could be. But there's that. And also, the author has been taking a 1-month-long hiatus after the end of the last series to see his family and rest a bit, because there's a big OAV movie coming out, which has a really cool... I actually think it's very cool. A lot of One Piece OAVs, especially if they've gone on, have, I feel like, a pretty high rate of voice actors who are like also kind of doing something else that they're famous for.
Mm-hmm.
And this time, it is an idol who, out of her own personal choice, functionally uses only a virtual avatar to maintain her anonymity in her personal life, and she is credited... Go ahead.
Just to cut in, for only the singing parts for that.
Yes, for the singing parts for that. And she is credited in the movie as, like, under her persona name, which I just really think is cool.
Yeah, that shit's fucking dope.
Yeah.
This is One Piece Film Red. It's going to be a full-on movie. Coming out, I believe, next month, possibly at the end of this month.
Mm-hmm.
And the premise is basically like, Shanks has a daughter, she is a singer, maybe she's up to something dastardly, possibly. She's basically like Luffy's little sister, or sister equivalent. Yeah. Luffy shows up, hell breaks loose. Hooray!
Which...
all your favorite characters are dressed like idol stands.
Which, if you're thinking, like, oh, that's kind of weird. Like, that's a weird amount of canon. I'm gonna be real with you. One Piece just does that sometimes.
Yeah.
Of all the series in the world, to be like, hey, by the way, this one character had a daughter that whole time. I'm like, that makes sense, actually.
Yeah, for real.
I take one. Just Red Hair Shanks is Luffy's like basically like the reason why he wants to be a pirate.
Yeah.
Who was a pirate who happened to be in port on the island that Luffy grew up on, and knew him for a year or two, and is best described as a mentor slash cool seasonal uncle. And that man definitely has a few spare kids
Yeah.
here and there. How many One Piece movies are there now? Oh no!
Oh, man.
A lot!
A lot.
You remember how every now and then you'd hear about a new Land Before Time and you'd be like, what the fuck do you... what? I don't know, those Roman numerals?
Yeah.
How do those string together? A lot.
A lot.
Which, okay, to like ramble a little bit, I've been rereading One Piece and from the beginning, and I got to where like the sketches for the characters from the first One Piece like mini OAV
Oh, yeah.
was being produced, and I forgot how early that was.
Yeah.
It's like those like he's talking about that coming out like in I want to say like volume 1 still.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Which if you're curious what I mean, the first One Piece like mini movie kind of like short film literally came out so early that it only has 3 of the main characters in it.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, like, their personalities are still pretty clearly not fully fleshed out, which is kind of what convinced One Piece kind of hit when it came out pretty
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah.
This song is absolutely from Sam and Max, yes.
Yeah.
We constantly joke whenever we're on voice call and listening to certain music. I joke. I think someday we should have a chat quiz of, is this song from Lupin the Third, Sam and Max, what's the third thing that I always say?
Cuphead, but the problem
Sonic?
is 2 out of 3 of those I cannot play on stream.
Yeah.
Sam and Max music I can play. Lupin and Cuphead I cannot play.
Cuphead, not that. Come on.
I know.
Come on. Yeah, I would have to do Billy Hatcher and Bayonetta is what I would really have to sub in there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm drawing Yanji's stupid little outfit from Whole Cake. It's very important to me.
I think I saw some clips from the Dragon Ball crossover. I wouldn't know, to be honest.
Oh.
I don't know much about Dragon Ball Z in general, but if there is a crossover, that would be very charming because it is fairly common knowledge that Oda, like a lot of manga artists, is hugely inspired by Dragon Ball, which you can really see
Oh, yeah.
in his early like art, especially. Like he gets his own legs under him pretty fast, but the teeth style, which
There's something
I'm
going
that
on with this
nerd where when I
hand.
read through something, I've literally paused multiple times to go like, oh, the way you shorthand teeth here is it's all like one bar in the front, and then you just differentiate the molars, and that looks pretty good to the eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No idea, Vegeta. Like I said, I don't know if there's a crossover. But yeah, happens a lot in Japan where they try to grab and start making movies, animes from manga relatively early on. Sometimes, I'll be honest, there is some series that wind up being picked up for anime. Maybe that's like more common now.
Mm.
I definitely feel like when One Piece came out, 1997.
Even like
Yeah?
Kikoku Shojin R had one, but that was pretty late term. That was when our
Mhm.
sister Deco shows up. Man.
I think it kind of depends from series to series, but I think with shonen particularly, it does tend to pop off like pretty fast. But I think even for that, One Piece popped off much faster than usual, and as near as I can tell, it's just because it seems like someone at Shonen Jump really thought that it was going to be something, and by God, they were right, because something that I want to talk about, because it's good to talk about like in regards to USJ, it's hard, and I think I've mentioned this before on stream, it is very hard to summarize how much of a big deal One Piece is in Japan.
Yeah, for real.
Like, it is an accepted big, like how do you even phrase, like, a ubiquitous big deal?
Mhm.
Like, it's a big deal the way SpongeBob is a big deal. And I say that, and it's easy to think, like, oh, SpongeBob's not, like, a big deal. There's not, like, a big excited fandom about SpongeBob. It's just the biggest moneymaker, and on constantly, and has only somewhat been dethroned by, say, Teen Titans Go, in terms of, like, massive saturation. But that is what I mean. That's like the level we're talking about here. Except more so because One Piece is an actual ongoing plot that's really, in terms of overall plot and story enjoyment, ain't slipped. It's kind of insane that way. I mean, so there's varying opinions, of course, but I am the person who liked the Davy back fights, so I think it's fun. I think it's funny when a series stops everything. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Blasting that bass outside, huh?
Mm.
Like, it's for those who don't know One Piece, Davy back is probably the one plot line I've seen that people give the most shit, because it does kind of stop everything to just have dumb sports festival
Yes.
death
awesome.
match.
It's awesome.
It rules, and the villain for it is the most entertaining, pathetic fuck.
Yeah.
And I think it's fun when the big action series stops everything to do dumb shit for a while. It's my favorite. I like it.
It's good.
Literally a reoccurring bit in the plot line is the main characters, like, openly insulting their antagonist, and him just slumped on hands and knees in the background, just, they called me a dummy. It's good. Oh, you're in that arc right now?
Good.
Yeah, it's... admittedly, it's a little dumb that Luffy wears an afro wig for a boxing match.
Yeah. Is
But
Sanji
it's
about
dumb
to...
in a...
Oh, sorry, go on.
It's dumb in a... You can shrug it off. I'll put it that way.
Is Sanji about to hit Yonji with broom? Yes.
Yes. Of course he is.
And Reiju
He's
is
getting
his
rid of a
manager.
pest. That makes sense. I always try to speak openly. One Piece has a couple... Here's what I'm gonna say. Just expect One Piece to occasionally do something as stupid as you would imagine a manga from 1997 would do, but not as bad as you're gonna think if you've read manga from 1997. It's like how Dragon Ball premieres are basically national holidays in Latin America level.
Yeah.
Of the so-called big three of anime shit, One Piece is the thing that can hold its own against Dragon Ball of all things. Big agree, and honestly, like, I feel like it's almost impossible to group One Piece with other anime and manga as if they're like I like, you know, people go like, oh, One Piece and Naruto, and I'm like, I just don't think it's comparable. Like, they're both very popular, but like, I guess again, it's like, how would you even compare? Like, you don't say Fairly Odd Parents, that thing that's exactly the same level of popular as SpongeBob. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they've both technically been around the same amount of time, technically, if you count, like, a new series and weird spin-offs, and I'll be honest, if one day I turn around and there actually is a new series of Fairly Odd Parents, where now Timmy's the dad who's oblivious, I will not be shocked, but I will walk directly into the ocean. Do not tell me further information.
Okay. Yep.
Is there... did I...
Live action.
Is that... No! What?
Yeah, you didn't know?
What do you mean, live action?
Yeah, it's about, like, Timmy's kid, I believe.
Every now... Okay, what is it where every decade Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network decide to dance with the devil and go, what if we did like okay,
Kenny's
Nickelodeon's
cousin?
always done some live action. Nickelodeon gets a pass. We've all eyed our Carlies.
Mm-hmm.
We were there for those days. It's his cousin? That's not better.
Yonji in the
But,
tracksuit, what will he do?
Naruto and Bleach both fell out of papers, but One Piece has stayed consistent, and as far as I can tell, no matter how far along the plot has gone, it stuck to its roots. Yes! I would fully agree, having read the entire manga, which I'm not saying that One Piece is good solely because it's massively anti-fascist in a surprisingly, like, tooth-having kind of way, if you catch
Mm-hmm.
my drift,
Mm-hmm.
but it helps. And it also means that it
Oh, I
never
don't have the donation
collapses
text
in
on.
confusion over its moral core.
That's not right. That's not right. Hang on.
Are we comparing it to other animes
Boop, boop.
only, or can it be
Here we
compared
go.
to other franchises? Because at least in Japan, its popularity is comparable to Sanrio. I'm mostly comparing it to American cartoons in a way that like makes sense, because that's the easiest cultural thing. But I can't compare it to Mickey Mouse, because Mickey Mouse is closer to the Sanrio, kind of, except Mickey Mouse is. Oh boy.
Thank you, Sarah Murphy,
Anyways,
for this prompt.
thank you so much. God. Yanji's good, dumb boy.
He is.
One Piece is like Star Wars almost? No, absolutely not. Star Wars started off moderately popular, became a nerd thing,
See you, Nia
got popular again, and has been mismanaged several times. Hey, see you later, Niasura. This is when you all learn that I'm way too persnickety about media comparisons. Okay. Also on the USJ stuff,
Oh.
I want to talk about character walk-arounds.
Please, please, please.
Okay, so
You have to.
now that we've given y'all some context of One Piece is the biggest fucking deal in the world, what I love is I love park face characters.
Yes.
Which is face characters, if you're unfamiliar, is the term used instead of mascots, because mascot implies the presence of a suit, which is to say like the mascot suit, you know, your fursuit, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Which you have at Disney, but then there's the characters who are a regular ass human who is what's the height cutoff for the princesses? 5'2"?
Thereabouts.
Somewhere about
friend of the princess.
Friends of the princesses. They're the characters who walk around, are in makeup and are in costume, and in my opinion are kind of the most genuinely magical thing when you're a kid, especially because like the idea is they look perfect. Is Mickey a fursuit? Yes. Next question. That nervously looks around for the sniper. Anyways,
Let me just...
if the stream cuts out, you know he came for us.
Let me see if I can make a red dot materialize on your forehead.
Good. Just leave it there.
Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good.
Like when you're a little kid, especially, like there is something about seeing like a Disney princess, like a straight up, like we gotta skip this one. I'm not going to be able to concentrate through toasty buns. Thank you. Sorry.
He hates toasty buns.
Listen. Put those away. Anyways, basically, like, I think that those are the most magical things, and they're fascinating because to be a face actor, or to be honest, any kind of character actor in the suit, especially, good lord, you have to be able to do this very specific kind of physical acting, where it is, as I've said a few times, pantomime. It is the most, like, crisp, specific. I would say, like, oh, that's just gonna look like I have a zit. Yeah, you gotta put it up on the hair.
There we go.
There we go. Kinda. Just vanished.
It's in there. It's in there. Trust me. You must.
Making Mickey romantically involved with Luxord is fine, but they draw the line at calling his costume a fursuit. Listen. I don't know where the line is. I'm finding that line!
Every day, Frankie's is finding the line. There we go.
And I personally am someone who is always fascinated with physical acting and the ways that you move. It's part of why I love animation. It's part of why I love looking at, like, theater acting. I wish I could see more theater. That's the eternal gripe of anyone who likes theater who doesn't live in fucking New York! Anyways, I can't get into that. I'll start ranting about how they should be recording Broadway shows.
Oh, I know they should.
I'll fight a 50-year-old about this shit.
Oh, but you can.
But the
if you're a
real
theater
magic
student,
of seeing
you
it's
can go
lot.
to the library and watch
it
record
simply.
there.
Oh, it
Ooh.
simply isn't the same if you don't see it. I'll fucking cut you. Anyways, in Minecraft. Parody joke.
Awesome.
I have opinions, and the thing. Here's the worst. Okay, just to fully get into it for a hot second. Here's what kills me, is that those people will then go, oh, but the bootlegs are important. It's like, why do you think a bootleg is... It's because that's what you got to see as a teenager, and you're stuck there, and you can't let it... Stresses my... I'm turning into the Joker voice, and you can't let it go that that's how you're... Shut up! Just record the damn shows!
Please.
Should not take Lin-Manuel Miranda to get some goddamn show recordings happening. Alright.
Manual.
Yeah. Apologies to Lin. They recorded the SpongeBob one, it can't be that hard. It's doable! It's fully doable!
Okay, that's what pisses me off. Hi, King
I'm with you,
Sleepyhead.
buddy.
Hey, King Sleepyhead.
That's what pisses me off. They do, actually. They do record it. They record it for film students and Broadway students, and you have to go to a fucking room in the fucking physical library and go, I would like to rent the recording of blah blah blah, and they make you sit in the room and watch it so you can't record it at all.
Like it's a fucking
Like it's the fucking
preserved
Zapruder
antique
film.
book. Even the Zapruder film wound up online.
Yeah.
Don't Google that. It's President John F. Kennedy getting shot, in case you're unfamiliar.
Great.
Oh, should I have let that go? Should I have let somebody
No,
Google that?
no,
Have a fresh little
no,
funky Google trip?
No.
Basically the short answer is the people who run Broadway shows have the exact kind of brain poisoning that makes them go, well, if we release a recording, nobody will come see the stage. Yeah? Yeah? You think Broadway? You think what keeps people going to Broadway? These fucking expensive Broadway tickets? Is just not being able to get them? You think that people aren't gonna go to live orchestras if they release a CD too? I hate them. Anyways. So, that's part of why I like this stuff, because it is theatrical acting, it is... Commedia dell'arte. Type is... So there's a type of comedic theater from Italy that's for the ultra-Western theater nerds, and people who were raised in, let's say, a hyper-specific social enclave that included somewhat 1700s childhood markers.
Oh, boy,
I watched a lot of Punch
story
and Judy.
time.
I watched
Oh,
a lot of
boy.
Punch and Judy as a kid, okay?
It's time
Some of
for
us
lore.
watched Punch
Oh,
and
boy.
Judy. Okay. Some of us are technically classically trained in Commedia dell'arte, okay? And it's a style of rote comedy with a lot of focus on physical acting to differentiate between the characters, and in Western comedic theater, it is often considered the root of not only different character archetypes. Watch Brian David fucking Gilbert's Fire Emblem video of Unraveled, okay? Just, he's got the mustache, he's got the cute, weird cooking videos and horror shorts now. He'll tell me. Spitefully said from someone who's a genuine fan.
Sanji is so
I'm glad
excited
you
to
all
get these
enjoy.
persimmons. Hooray!
No, I am sincerely glad y'all don't mind me explaining my
Yeah.
weird background info, because the point I'm getting to is that what I really like about these types of character acting is you are a normal human being who probably has some kind of theater or dance degree, I'm gonna be honest, if you're doing these gigs. Or you're getting a theater or dance degree if you work in Disney. Big ups to the Friends of Princes and Princesses, and big ups to the Gaston actors.
Oh my
Ooh.
god. Thank you, King Sleepyhead.
Hey, thank you for resubscribing, King Sleepyhead.
12
I'm
months.
a big fan
Time
of the
flies.
villains because
Keep
I
being
think
awesome.
getting to gently
you.
intimidate children is fun.
Oh my god, the Cruella. Ugh. So good.
My favorite is whenever you get that one kid who's like, "Out of the way, cowards! I'm getting my autograph!"
Let's see. That looks pretty. Every so
Persimmon's
often.
fresh from the persimmon machine. That's true.
Yeah. AKA my brain. It's awesome. It's so cool.
That's the persimmon machine.
Mm-hmm.
And USJ is such a wonderful example of precisely that kind of not just really well done, like, physical character acting, like, for a human, of trying
This
to
is
be a
Sanji's new
cartoon. Like, you know, Cinderella was animated with, like, references from specific, like, footage. Anyone who ever gives you shit for references, please know that Disney would literally, like, bring in a specific actress to, like, pose for reference, even when, like, recording that wasn't in, like, something you could do yet.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in animation is hyper-referenced, and these days... Go on?
There are debates among the Tinkerbell reference models
Oh,
as to who is
the rotoscope
real...
debates.
No, as to who is
the
real
other
Tinkerbell.
one. Fuck. God.
Yeah.
Disney nerds are so... So the debate that I'm referencing is there's a big pissy animation scholar debate about if some Disney animation counts as rotoscoping. Rotoscoping is animating by literally, like, drawing directly over real footage of someone, like, you know, doing the action. Most infamously with the Betty Boop St. James Infirmary is, I think, my personal favorite early
so
example.
Cool.
Super cool, especially because it's transformative rotoscoping, where it's, like, not the same character. I specifically chose not to use the word tracing, because tracing makes people assume that it's a direct one-to-one, and rotoscoping can include far more gently referenced. But also, there's nothing wrong with tracing, so long as you're either open about what sources you're using, they're sources you yourself got, they're photo bashed together. Thank you for that gift. That went out to Brian David Gilbert. Well, listen, my mans, if you ever want to talk who's more Pantalones versus who's Arlecchino, hey, I guess. They used rotoscoping in 101 Dalmatians? Yes. Technically, yes, more or less. What I'm saying is a lot of Disney animation literally is super directly referenced. And I believe you could call it rotoscoping, but because rotoscoping is... Animation snobs are the worst. Animation snobs are the worst on the planet, and there's literally people who get mad at referring to it as rotoscoping because it's Disney! How dare you! Disney wouldn't merely Disney would do anything to get a movie done! Disney would do anything to get a movie completed so they can get money from it, is how Disney worked. You think Walt goddamn Disney gave a shit? He did not. At all. So, there's not only that, but some of my favorite things is not only... This is the more blatant thing, but if you ever feel, like, worried because, like, oh, I keep drawing characters in, like, specific poses... There's specific pieces of Disney animation that just get reused from one movie to the other. I think my favorite is the Snow White to Robin Hood.
Yeah, Robin Hood
was
the one that notoriously had the most of those.
Yes, and you know what? It got Robin Hood the fuck out the door. And they only referenced their own work, so... Disney wasn't as big then too. They needed those movies out, selling tickets and merch. Yeah, at a certain point in history, definitely when like Snow White was going on, Walt Disney wasn't paying nobody to immaculately render a girl dancing from their own brain. He hired a goddamn actress. But all of that is a slight digression from saying I really enjoy seeing people do mime and pantomime work that matches to a cartoon character, which, by the way, I don't care how much it makes people mad. Seeing people do that on TikTok is really cool. I think it's cool looking. And I know that it's done by, like, adjusting the playback speed, but I don't care, because it still takes an incredible amount of physical control, and USJ does it so well. Go ahead.
Tenebris Forge, you're thinking of Milk Call's head wobble.
Yep. It's a little waggle back and forth of the head, which if you don't know much about animation, you don't think about very much. But imagine taking a
Good night, snail.
Even good night, snail. Good luck. Imagine literally like just taking any object and think about how many planes and angles change if you wiggle it back and forth versus up and down. And once you start noticing how rare it is to see things do that in animation, you can't unsee it. The Shere Khan Prince John head wobble, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Used in a lot of other places too, but he... You know, some Disney animators just really had types that they like to animate.
Well...
And also...
Yes, but...
Yeah.
Anyway.
You
No, literally,
don't want to talk about...
Literally, I can't talk about that.
I can talk about, because all I know is unfounded rumor that's literally not even from Bugs, it's from my animation class. There have historically been some animators who are kind of prima fucking donnas about character claiming, and there's other animators who are like, yeah, and I had to do all the fucking background characters because King Shit always wanted to do the villains. Like, that kind of, like, beefs totally exist in the historic classic animators, and it's super fun to hear about because...
Yeah.
Dumb art scene beefs. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
It's just the exact same drama as like a theater troupe would have of like, oh well, John always gets to play the main character. Fucking John. Ooh. Like, it's that level of bullshit. It's great. Because never forget, animators are the weird nexus point between art, illustrators, and actors. Straight up. Like, if you see, like, modern movies, Encanto has some really fun examples, you can see animators, like, here's the reference I made for myself. And also, if y'all have already seen Through Half-Life Alyx, you should look up the reference reel of the actor they got to be the reference footage for G-Man.
Oh, man.
Hey, Boots Boots.
Oh, damn,
Oh.
1006.
I read a lot of
God
One
damn!
Piece
Fuck
and
yes!
now am
We
at
are talking about
CH1
Universal Studios
1006. Why are you
Japan's One Piece and
drawing
drawing a lot of Sanji because people paid us to draw Sanji because they know we
Sanji's
like
my
Sanji.
boy. Let's fucking go.
Sanji's my mans. We do like a Sanji around here. Listen, if you can get your career to the point of choosing your muse is good for you. Yeah, true. But also, maybe every now and then let somebody else have a turn. Yes, the G-Man ref. Oh, it's.
Oh,
I
man, Mr.
definitely
Jamal's
haven't
recordings
stepped-
are fucking incredible.
Hey, haha, hey. I met Yanji and went, oh shit, it's the parrot Bugs likes. Genuinely, if anyone has read through One Piece because of us, we absolutely want to know, like, how our view of stuff, like pointing and going, oh, it's this character that they talked about, or like this thing that they said. That shit delights me. Physical reference for animation makes such good stuff. I love when they do it in games. It's so cool. Big agree. Yeah. It will always help. I'm of the opinion that I think being locked to purely realistic animation is an error with it's not an error, but it is a method with diminishing returns. I wanted to get into One Piece after seeing y'all talk about it, but IDK were to start from the beginning. Straight up.
Yep.
from chapter 1 of the manga and just read as long as you care to until you decide you don't like it. Or if you do, or until you run out, which will happen eventually, and then you just kind of sit there for a day going, what do I do now? And then if you're me, you start rereading it because you're like this. But slightly less jokey answer, the official Shonen Jump app has I think usually like a month free, and then it's like $1.99 a month, and you can read it very easily on an iPad, iPhone, or a slightly off browser. You can read it there. There's also other like semi-official things that I think now and then have like read all of One Piece once for free, or sometimes funny links fall off the backs of trucks. If you innocently Google One Piece manga read, and who's to say what you could find out there in the sea? Because sometimes bitches be poor. But I read it with the Shonen Jump app because they let you download like up to 100 chapters to your thing. You can read it real easy. The art looks really nice. And I like reading the official translation even if it omits or some stuff. Mostly, if you read the official translation, please know literally all of the characters curse constantly.
Yeah.
Constantly. Cannot overstate that this is the one time where if a fan translation has Luffy say like, fuck, they're right.
But nothing like, you know, like My
No
Hero
slurs.
Academia, yeah.
No, like if it still follows the same rules of the character almost certainly just said idiot, and a fan translator's being shitty if they put a there. No character in this is dropping like the F slur on anybody, but they say fucking shit and damn equivalents constantly.
Thank you so fucking much, Raven Bonnefoy, who tipped $69 fucking for me to draw Sanji with persimmons, you monster.
Yeah. Next thing you know, you're 5 miles deep and listening to Bink Sake. Literally, I keep joking to Bugs that I should put in a donation incentive, that if we meet it, I have to try and sing Bink's Brew, but the challenge is getting to the last verse without crying. It's a great, fun, rollicking song until you get to the last 4 lines.
It is 10:11. We should take a break.
Oh, shit, you're
Yeah.
right. Good God. Alright, we're going to be taking our first break for the night, which is going to take about 10 minutes. As you can tell, we hyperfixating tonight.
A little.
We might forget. I'll probably set a timer when we come back. Also, heads up, the room I passed through to get to the bathroom has the kittens free roaming now. So if at any point I come back late from a break, it is because I had to try and escape the room with the kittens in it without letting the kittens out. So,
Hooray!
I'll keep y'all updated. Alright, this is a good time to get up, get a drink, get a meal, look at a kitten, look at funny links for One Piece if you care to read it. And we will be alright back. BRB.
gonna talk? Are you gonna talk? There's a little cat here. Hey. Hey. You got anything to say? No. He's just sitting here. Oh, hi, Frankie.
Hello. Sorry about that. I had to get started. Oh shit, is everything okay?
Sorry, what?
Romeo? Am I doing the glitch?
A little bit. Hang on. Let me,
Go ahead and dunk. Awesome.
Okay, cool.
I scored.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it.
You're checking in?
Yeah, he's sitting here right next to me. He's been hanging out with me lately.
Have you told chat about his fun new trick you learned about sitting on your computer tower?
No, I haven't.
Romeo has made learnings and discoveries.
Have you made discoveries? Well, apparently his favorite toy is a fidget spinner I found, and he carries it in his key.
I'm not over you showing the little man a fidget spinner and then he just walks off with it.
Yeah. He was like, oh cool, mine now, and left.
Which, to be fair, often when you're showing him something that he can fit in his mouth...
Oh, hello? Aren't you tall now?
The kittens did wake up when I walked through.
Are you the cute baby?
He's a pretty cute baby.
He is. Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say, of the two, Nunu is far more interested in pets. Pets, love me, hug. I get picked up now, Bebo is usually more chill. Not averse to a snuggle, not averse to a good pet. Occasionally asks for some attention, but is often happy to chill in the top of the cat tree bucket or do their own thing. But I have learned that when I need to escape the room, I can put Nunu in the top bucket of the cat tree, and I have 10 fucking seconds to get out of the room before Nunu can navigate down out of the cat tree fast enough to try and break out of the room.
That's very cute.
It is, except for the terrifying part where mid-closing the door, looking back, I see him just like thump down on the ground and start bounding. Like, you know that flash moment when you see a cat in midair where they just look like a Gmod model of a cat that someone's rotated slightly?
Yes, exactly.
That to me is what kittens all look like, it's that precise moment where they spring up all stiff-legged where they just look like they're T-posing.
Best friend Mothman, if you're in chat, I believe you said you wanted Luffy, Nami, and Usopp, is that right? You specified some things in chat that are not in the donation message, is why I ask.
Ooh, let me take a look. I can try and hunt that message down for you.
Thank you. A beep boop.
Beep boop. It's in here somewhere. Best friend Mothman might have gone to bed, or is up on break.
Okay, well, if I see them again, I'll ask.
Yeah. I'm scrolling up to see. Twitch's chat logs have a limit. Anyways. Yeah. Luckily, the kittens are not that wiggly. If you pick them up, they'll mostly just get held, which is a very funny thing for a cat to do when you just pick them up and they're like, okay, I suppose. Alright. Nunu wants to be picked up. Nunu would be happiest if I would pick them up and just kind of anchor. If I secure their back legs all firm, they'll just flop their front over my arm, which is very good.
Ooh.
But it's also like, I have to leave. I have to go do things. Let's see. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Okay, so the point of all that preamble of me talking about character physical acting is that it's just really fun for USJ One Piece specifically, and even back when we were really into Lupin, the love never dies, but the modern anime is
trash.
somehow both washed out and generically action-y in the least interesting ways possible. For me, personally. Sorry, I'm just remembering everything about Albert.
The most important character. Please, for the love of God, don't ship him with Lupin. Oh no, 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 we made everyone ship him with Lupin. Oopsie doopsie, he's his fucking cousin. We should have maybe said that in the show itself, but whoops.
Maybe at any point, instead of like, there was some galaxy brained like, and this is the reveal.
I can tell you what
for
it is.
2 seasons from now.
Yeah, the reveal that Lupin and Albert are related is that they have the same belt buckle. Please
Fuck you,
this.
fuck you. You can't do this to me. You can't bring that up again. Literally the most classic example of a series hitting that, like, so do you just not know how to show emotional intimacy without making it seem like people were fucking? Because... Anyways, but in both cases, there's very distinct character acting that isn't necessarily always going to be present in the anime of a series, because individual character acting takes a while to animate, and depending on the scene, might literally just not be necessary or the right thing to spend your time and budget on, to be honest. Like, if you're on animation Twitter a lot and get surrounded by a lot of, like, people who are in animation school but don't actually animate professionally yet, you get some weird opinions around you of, like, oh, I can't believe that they do not have individuated walk cycles for each character. That don't listen. Don't walk down that road. It'll feel good to do. 'Cause, like, if you haven't gotten work yet, it's easy to be like, I should get the work. I will make it good. You're gonna get worked to death is what's gonna happen, first of all, but anyways.
Yeah.
It's a big difference between, like, being overworked doing animation homework versus working on a show, which has a lot of moving parts, and the best advice I ever got about animation from a teacher was, time is the first and most important currency you spend in a budget. And it is the one thing that you can't pay to make up for, and it is the one thing most precious. Which, to any young or young-ish artists out there, keep that in mind before you say yes to fun projects. If they were to save some resources and just leave a character in the background in a T-pose, what character would make the most sense, be funniest? Buggy the Clown!
Brooke.
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Brooke or Frankie?
Out of the main characters, Brooke, absolutely. Someone else flashed to mind. Who was I thinking of? Not Buggy.
Robin.
Robin would. Robin would see Frankie doing a T-pose and would do it next to him for fun.
Yeah.
But the problem is Brooke was such a correct answer, I, like, lost the other thought I was
sorry.
But for One Piece, admittedly from what I can hear, the current anime right now is really well animated because it is a cash money fountain. So it gets that high-end. But even then, the little, like, okay, so at the park, from what I've noticed, let's see. Sanji, obviously, we get a lot of good footage of from his cafe, and it is very fun because you can see the actor enunciate the shift between, like, elegant, upright, shoulders are up, steps are long and smooth, this is a composed walk versus literally skipping and bouncing and winding his hands together and throwing his head to the side and generally acting like he just saw Elvis is kind of the note that I would give for that. And then my personal favorite, which is the, like, slouched over, smoking, has to interact with Zoro type body acting. And what's amazing is all of that had to not only be taught to the actor, but almost certainly, somewhere, is a book or a set of files that is the specific character acting notes for every character, and it literally must include stuff like, you are this character, and you see a baby, and you are going to be excited and confused. Like, we were talking about, there's a couple of cute photos of Yonji, Sanji's shitty little brother, seeing babies, where, like, he distinctly, like, looks confused and then lights up and is excited.
Yeah.
And we realized, like, hey, he's from an area where a lot of the population are clones. He's probably canonically never seen very many babies. Someone might have actually gone, your character looks excited and confused by babies because he hasn't seen many. Like, that level of granularity.
Yeah, it's fucking dope.
It's literally, I just kind of love that sort of stuff. I'm a big nerd about it, and I love, like, trying to parse out, like, what those rules might be. Like we were just talking earlier about, like, Trafalgar Law seeing Doflamingo. Admittedly, like, the character actor, they all probably have a little bit of improv room, so it's possible that the actor just went, well, obviously, if I see Doflamingo, I'm upset about it, but it's also possible that it's written down in that character guide, like, you hate Doflamingo. If you see merch of Doflamingo, if, for God's sake, someone cosplaying as Doflamingo to USJ would be the funniest.
Oh my god, because
fucking move.
As a note, USJ does allow cosplayers, so you'll get things where, like, I remember this was one year at the Sanji restaurant, he had an assistant who was allowed to improv. No, it was Bartolomeo, I believe.
Yeah!
And Sabo was, a Sabo cosplayer was there with a Koala cosplayer. These are two characters that you'll find out down the line in One Piece.
Members of the Rebel faction with Luffy's dad.
And the commentator was out and out like, oh my god, I didn't know you two were romantic. Oh shit, Knighted Link.
Not sure if this is on theme with USJ, but can I see Luffy doing one of those test your strength carnival games, but using his hands instead of a hammer?
Oh, I love that. Yes, absolutely. Knighted Link tip $10 says, not sure this is on theme with USJ. Listen, it's fine.
It's fine.
But can I see Luffy doing one of those test your strength carnival games but using his hands instead of a hammer? Fucking
yes!
Absolutely.
That's good. I'll be honest, y'all. Especially as the night wears on, it's probably fine to just ask for it. This is a rare free pick night because we just wanted to rant. So long as it's about the main characters of Straw Hat and having fun times.
And
it's probably
Trafalgar
good
Law,
enough.
please, if someone...
Trafalgar Law is counted in the main characters of One Piece. How's that sound?
Yay.
If you're not sure, ask in chat. I'll let you know. Or basically the only reason we have these limits is because it has to be a character that Bugs knows how to draw. A shorthand is the main characters. Bugs knows how to draw Trafalgar Law.
Do I ever?
Bugs also knows how to draw Yamato and Ace and...
Yonji.
Yeah, Yonji.
I need to add Eustace Kid to my repertoire. I think he's fun. I think him and Killer are cute.
Yeah, they're very cute. The problem is the man has an attached...
mecha arm? Well, it's actually...
It's not that bad because it's mostly greeble.
Yeah, it's largely like big chunk. It's like rectangle feeding into rectangle feeding into a circle joint. You know, it's like Jimmy the Robot tier mechanics.
Well,
I can do that.
I was just going to like part of what's so fun about it is that it's not actually a coherent machine. It's just literally, for those of you unfamiliar, Captain Kids is a character who his devil fruit power is magnets. And part of what he does with this is he just gathers up scrap junk metal and forms it together into his arm that is a functioning prosthetic. To, like, give a slight spoiler, but I think it's cool that it actually is a prosthetic. It's not just to look cool.
Yeah, big agree.
Kid and Killer art. One day I will toss you some dollars for this. Listen.
Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo!
Which must be
I'll draw
mentioned,
it.
if you're wondering who the fuck Killer is, there is some, like, context.
What if Daft Punk was a hottie?
No.
Yeah.
Basically, Captain Kidd comes with his own boyfriend, it turned out.
Yeah. Go figure, huh?
More or less. Yeah. Which, okay. Small note. This is my most ridiculous theory.
Mm-hmm.
But I legitimately think that the One Piece setting has to have God's own waterproof makeup lines.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Because I think it actually makes sense in the setting for that to be true, because there's a lot of, like, pretty wild levels of tech for specific things, and a lot of the characters who wear very strong makeup are incredibly dangerous and powerful pirates. So I think someone in this setting has unlocked the formulation for 24/7 wear lipstick.
Yeah.
And that is what Captain Kidd is wearing. King shit. Literally, have you ever thought I wish that there was masked characters who wore makeup but also were gutter punk? One Piece has everything. One Piece has fucking anything. Whatever your personal favorite type of character is, it's there. So long as you don't like creep ass shit, basically. And by
Yeah.
creep ass, I mean there is, and this is a promise, this is me putting a hand on everyone's shoulders and telling you it's okay, you can lay down your weapons. There is no character who... There's no character who looks like a kid who's supposed to be an adult and we're supposed to be horny about it. There is precisely one character, once, who looks like a kid and is 18, and we're supposed to think it's disturbing.
Mhm.
Literally. Not a good character, entirely creepy, presented as upsetting. It's really nice, to be honest. There are some 16-year-old characters who are drawn, like, more adult than I'd care to have be true, but I think Oda doesn't know how to draw teenagers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Mostly. Such a go in anime. Also, there's no panty shots ever!
Mhm.
It's wild!
It's great. Love that
It's
shit.
great! I do too! It's more fun. It's
Yeah,
literally, it's always just to angle the skirt improbably.
Fingertips. Okay. I just had to do the, on the horse. Shoulders here. Elbows here.
Goof Guy Gordon says,
Whiskers
wahoo,
here.
the bare minimum, and you're right.
You're right.
You're right.
You're right.
You are right. It is sad that it's exciting, but you're right.
Yeah.
Such it go.
Such it go.
Listen. Hey, I read through a lot of Boku no Hero Academia, and did not clear a low bar. Did not clear a low bar.
Mhm.
Anyways. I think, for USJ, I think my favorite actor is definitely the Brook. Just
Yeah,
for the
agreed.
full level of pantomime, and I think it helps because Brook is already, like, very clearly physically defined in how he moves, like the stiff, elegant gag kind of vibe with him.
Yeah.
But I also really love the Luffy, because the acting on Luffy is so fun. Like, there's this, like, how to put it, like, there's this one really good Vine that I love that was of, like, the joke is, like, win the Russian squad, and it turned out to be done by a bunch of ballerinos, but they're, like, doing this, like, stiff-shouldered, like, swagger back and forth with, like, their arms held out stiff, and they're, like, playing... That's how Luffy moves!
Yeah, it's good.
Like, the Luffy actors are great because, like, they do this, like, awkward, stiff, like, weird movement that I really enjoy.
Yeah.
One Piece has some conveniently placed speech bubbles, and I appreciate it for it. That's the classics!
Yeah.
If you're gonna have the dumb shit, you put that bath bubbles, them speech bubbles, you Austin Powers that son bitch. My god. And you know, if you want to have a character who's a full-grown adult who wears a bikini a lot, fuck it. Ah. Do what you want to do.
Miss Doublefinger, please, I would do anything for you.
Oh god, from Baroque Works?
That's right, baby, she's my meow meow.
Oh my god.
She's my urchin.
You must... Okay, chat, I'm about to tattle directly on Bugs
No!
to tell you that the character that they are describing right now is not only a deeply hilarious hotted woman,
Oh, she's so
but
hot.
literally it's a joke that her walk is so, like, exaggeratedly, like, sexy lady walk that in every panel she's shown walking, we only see one leg, like, in the middle of sachet crossing in front of the other.
Oh, it's good.
On purpose as a bit.
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's good.
He
I
would
would
kill
do
you.
anything.
You'll die.
It would be an honor.
Yeah, and here's the thing, again, grown-ass... Actually, let me see how old she is. What's her
She
name?
better be, Miss Doublefinger. She better be a grown-ass woman.
She has to be One Piece. I mean, she's not gonna be a minor. I'm just checking, like... Here's the thing about One Piece. Do you like a character? Double check real quick what age they are before you start shipping them with other characters. She is 26, baby!
That's right, that's
Actual
right.
adult!
I fucking win. I fucking
You do keep
win.
winning. You do keep winning. You do keep winning. Which, that's the other nice thing about One Piece. There's characters that are, like, in their late 20s, and 30s, and 40s, and that shouldn't be exciting as it is. It is very exciting. I like chat just lighting up with, yeah! Also, you're right, Improbable. Robin should get to wear a cowboy hat again.
Yes! What happened to our cowboy
Bugs
hat?
really wants Robin's bangs back.
Yeah, they were cute. I think they're cute.
I know. She's in that awkwardly growing out her bangs type hairstyle where she doesn't quite know what to do with it. We're rattling in our jar, hooting and hollering. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's allowed. I think that's allowed. But there's someone... Okay, Luffy's body acting is... Can I just be a big nerd and run down the list of the body acting of all these
Please,
characters?
I'm gonna be drawing
This is just all I want to talk about. Okay, so... Luffy, as mentioned, is really fun because, like, they do a good job not just having the acting be, like, little kid. Like, y'all ever seen a staged production of Peter Pan where... You know, obviously adults play Peter Pan, customarily, quite often. I will say there are varying levels of success for adults playing Peter Pan, and sometimes it careens off into a Mr. B. Natural's ass, like, nightmare of, like, golly gee, no, stop! Please! Observe a child! Luffy doesn't do that, which I appreciate because he's not a child. He starts the series as 16, and he is currently... It starts at 17.
He's
19. He's 18. Yeah. He's a small model adult, to be fair. But... an adult. So, it would be distressing if they, like, body acted him as a kid, but instead they do this great, like... You constantly feel like he's about to careen out of control.
Yes.
Like, he's gonna slam into a wall. Luffy is going to make a sudden movement of some... And it's really fun in the restaurant particularly, because a lot of times, I think more so in past years, I think sadly now they've had to limit the table interactions due to COVID. For very good reasons. All of the stuff has been happening more in its own location. But in years past, Luffy literally, like, wanders around, like, leering at people's food. I would actually say, like, a Harpo Marx is almost where it lands. Like, oblivious, a little bit scary, a little bit. If you actually watch a Marx Brothers, Harpo Marx is kind of terrifying.
He will actively beg for food at your table, and if you eat it in front of him because you can't share with him, he looks so fucking sad.
Legally, you are not allowed to hand feed Luffy like a baby bird. Legally. They inform. I'm pretty sure that there's gotta be like rules somewhere, and I just want to see like where they've had to write down. Do not feed Luffy. Do not feed Luffy.
Please do not feed the customers.
Also, Vegeta said earlier, I found out Crocodile was close to middle age, and I was like, yeah, of course I would sniff out the midlife crisis, man.
Good.
Little bit.
Good.
I miss Robin's look, don't like the new one. You and Bugs both. I think it's fine. But it's, but also I think it's just fine. To be clear. Also, I just want to point out, Plutz pointed out, I assume Luffy is gonna get so tall. Yeah. So, we have a literal theory that in One Piece, you know, IRL, you're not really done growing until you're like 25. It's actually fully possible to grow a couple more inches. We're pretty sure in One Piece you can shoot up another 3 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Luffy's dad is like... What was he? Let me see.
He's like 9 feet something.
I'm gonna check just because it's extremely funny. By the way, for some reason whenever I search Luffy's dad's name, you know, you see a couple of... There's like some real like airbrushed weed t-shirt fan art of Luffy's dad. Let's see, he is 8'5". God help us.
Good for him.
Oh yeah, how tall is Doflamingo? Let me look him up. He's gotta be one of those like 9 foot, 10 feet tall motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh good, there's an autofill. That's good. I like when I pollute my Google bar. But he is... Whoo! Literally 10 foot flat!
What the fuck?
Yeah! It's harder to notice because he skulks around like a fucking weirdo.
That's why Corazon is so tall.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He's his little brother.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Doflamingo... I really desperately want to see footage of one of the Doflamingo character actors at USJ.
Yeah.
Because he has this way of moving where it's like slouched forward. Not like back slouch, but like leaned forward slouch.
Mm-hmm.
Knees kind of folded. Like, my man out here half crab walking everywhere. And he's still like imposing looking. Ooh. They put these men through the taffy puller. I have an actual theory about the heights in One Piece because I'm like this. So, Luffy, terrifying, Harpo marks. Zoro is... There's a... The outfit that Zoro currently has on for the movie promo stuff, Bugs referred to as your uncle at the barbecue one drink in. Not incorrect. And I bring that up because that's kind of how he moves in some ways.
Yeah.
He's got a very, like, casual saunter is the way his acting is done. But it's also very funny because it's the most, like, doodly in a funny way. He's not very exaggerated because out of the whole cast, he's one of the more, like, he's not, like, the full... No one in One Piece except Trafalgar Law is an actual comedic straight man entirely. Yeah. Everyone else has some behavior where they become the joke creator and someone else reacts to them. But generally speaking, Zoro is far more in the like reacting to stuff chill kind of category. Oh man though, for the big stage shows, it's really fun to see when they have like the actors doing his actual stunt work.
Yeah.
Because having to replicate the like, oh good lord.
Huh.
Okay. A car alarm started to go off, but then stopped. Thinking of the 4 Kids, Zoro, Luffy. The 4 Kids dubs is... Oh. They made some choices. Is the playlist on shuffle properly?
Yeah, why?
Okay, just had one or two things in it. And oh, I see. It's the album art and the preview all looks the same right now.
Oh yeah, that is my. It doesn't display
That's
if it
your-
doesn't have album art on this.
Yeah, so it's got your Moomin tote bag that
Yeah.
says, "If you don't let me leave work on time, I'll kill you."
Yeah. Smile.
That's good. I think that's a good one to have. But Zoro is very fun just because, like, the actions that they have to do for the stunts have to replicate the really specific motions used for sword fighting, but also make it look like... Literally, I'm nerded out to the point, folks. At this point, it's bad enough that I've literally, like, watched footage of swords demonstrations, and I started to realize how much physics are involved. And let me put it this way. I now understand why most of Zoro's fights are bitch trying to get to a point where he can square up to fire off an action right.
Yep.
Because he has to move 3, sometimes 2 or 1 blades, in 3 distinct, both hands and his head, on the same precise plane of motion with as little extraneous motion, and it can't be too fast, and it can't just be full strength, and basically, bitch is out there squaring up the world's most complicated geometry problem. There's no room for anything else in his brain.
Yeah. It's awesome.
I firmly... He's just busy, like, calculating physics.
And good for him.
Honestly. But that's mostly what shows up with his acting. I really actually enjoy the physical acting from Nami.
Yes.
Even though it's more subtle, because she's got a very, like, in clowning terms, she is the top clown. And I mean that with so much genuine respect.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, she is pulled up, shoulders up, she is precise, she is smooth. There's a lot of, like, very cute, distinct, like, gesture work, and there's a very distinct, like, you can see in, like, some recordings, the, like, thank you, Sanji-kun, type, like, then going back to normal.
Yes.
She also gets a lot of play doing, like, crowd work of the little kids, which I think is very cute.
Yes.
I noticed that, like, I think for little kids, there's a lot of association with Nami of, like, there's a question that Oda got once where someone asked, like, oh, if all of the Straw Hats had, like, jobs in modern day, what jobs would they have? And he was like, well, actually, I got a different letter from a kid telling me what jobs they... And I think, yeah, these look good. And Nami's on there as kindergarten teacher, which is really cute because I just imagine some little kid, like, I wish Nami was my like,
Yeah.
it's really good.
It's really
cute. Like a daycare teacher, like. And I think that comes through a little bit in how the actresses kind of interact with the crowds. You can see a little bit of that, like, okay, kids, and like kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's very crisp. It's very sure. There's a lot of, like, what in miming terms is like stop and start, which is the ability to, like, fully, like, you know, put your hand through the air and have the motion of moving your hand. Thank you for following our loop.
Thank you.
Imagine the motion of, like, your hand starts here and it stops there, and having that motion start and stop with no extraneous motion outside of that. That she does a lot in very crisp ways, which, again, literally, she's the top clown. Nami's not the butt of the joke. Nami is the fist of God coming down after your dumb joke.
Yes.
And Tenra's words, funny thing you say, Nami would be so good with kids. She is.
Mhm.
Unexpectedly, historically, whenever it's come up in the anime or manga, she's good with kids. She likes kids. She's actually got kind of a soft spot for kids.
Mhm.
Which I mostly highlight because I feel like for... It feels like it's very common when there's, like, a girl character who's, like, in any way, like, does a violence or things. It's like, and she doesn't like kids. Kids.
Yeah.
Ooh, kids.
Yeah.
Maybe that's especially a Western trope with the dumb, like, not like other girls. Ooh, kid. Like, and it's kind of tiring because sure, there's people who don't like kids, but like, don't be shitty. It's fun. It's a fun mix to see a character who's not like, I am mom girl, but is allowed to like kids, if you feel me.
Yeah, agreed.
And it's fun. It's fun when characters like kids. It's fun. It's fun. I like kids. Kids are good.
Kids are cool, man.
Kids are fun. They're little incoherent adults. They're doing their bests. Which, I also quite love the, you can look up Usopp's Drawing Corner, which is the kid fan art submissions for One Piece.
There was a fan artist who did a piece recently. I'm sorry I don't know their name off the top of my head, but it was, oops, Usopp's Drawing Corner. Wow, okay, this is a nice drawing.
Oh yes,
of
that's
Luffy.
right.
From
someone did fan art of Usopp reacting to fan art, which is meta on a new level.
It was, oh, wow, this is a great piece of Luffy by Sarah, age 6. Wow, that's great. Oh, this is, hey, it's me. Wow, this is done by an 8-year-old. And then it's like a picture of Sanji and Zoro as the butterfly headphones Vocaloids cover. And alright, this one's from Kirsten, 23 years old. Thanks, Kirsten.
Usopp suffers every day.
Fuck. It was really good. If anyone knows that image, can you please link it?
Yes, which, again, to be clear, this is a comic that someone made of fan art of this as a goof, not an actual thing that got sent in to Shonen Jump.
Yeah.
Obviously, One Piece is a fandom like any others, and there's probably people out there who I disagree with or wouldn't like. But the people who make, like, semi-gag fan art are champions.
Thank you so much, Best Friend Mothman, who asked for this piece.
Yeah! Extremely good. Okay. Nami. Usopp has such fun body acting and they don't let him in the restaurant.
Yeah.
Usopp is not allowed in Sanji's restaurant because I'm choosing to hope that maybe it's because the ponytail part of the outfit is, like, difficult to... I'm just staring at USJ going, give me a reason that's not just that it's the one mixed race character.
Yeah.
Then again, they don't let Robin in the restaurant either, so who fucking knows? Tragically, Robin does not get to eat.
It's very sad. She's been banned. She flipped every plate. It's very sad.
They wouldn't let Frankie in because he doesn't fit through the door, so she just decided not to come back.
Yeah.
How do they do Usopp costume-wise? Because that worries me. It could be worse.
They do lipstick, but that's it, at least. I've seen very worse variations where they have fucking the lips outlined. I think it was Tokyo Skytree that does that. That shit sucks ass. I hate that.
At the very least at USJ, they kind of pump the brakes, like... okay, I'll lay it out with you clean. There is no possible way for me to know whether or not the actors they're hiring for Usopp are ever in any way mixed race. And by mixed race, I do mean part black, because I'm gonna lay out clean, that is what Usopp is, that is clearly what he's meant to be, and there are plenty of mixed race people in Japan who I'm sure would love the work, and I would like it very much if that's who played Usopp. It is very probable that every now and then there might be hitting the bronzer.
Yeah, in fact, at USJ, for some characters for the water show, if you watch over the videos, you will every so often see some straight up, like, Klingon-type blackface makeup, and that's fucking horrible. I hate that shit. I don't know why that keeps happening in Japan.
Japan's got some fucking problems that way, which are not unique to Japan, and they also happen here, and is not representative of everyone in Japan, but also good fucking lore. At the very least, the people with the money, as in producers in Japan, whew, gotta be fun to work with. But Usopp's actor's body language is really fun, because Usopp specifically out of the cast has a lot of, like, very fun, habitual... at the little, like, water shows, I think are my favorite because you get the full, like, the strut. The Usopp strut of, like, Captain Usopp addressing the crowd, because Usopp's literally one of the characters who's also really good with kids. Like, when we meet him, he's got his little kid gang that he hangs out with. Was that a good gotta be fun to work with? It was a bad one. It was, to be slightly more clear, I assume that much like in the US, but possibly to a more extreme degree, those people who have the money to fund projects in animation or anything in Japan are either outright more conservative or older, and therefore difficult. I'll put it that way. And again, not a problem unique to Japan. I notice a lot of people kind of overcorrect the other way and go, oh, well, Japan just sucks. No. We're America, baby. Listen. We're not allowed. Anyways. With all that said, Usopp acting is very fun because you get the full switch of, like... I feel like he almost animates, like, the body acting is like a marionette, where you can see, like, the direct, like, pose is centered around the head, if that makes sense. Like, pulled up, pulled down, the swap between, the full, like, run. And the water shows is very fun because you get a lot of the water show plots are like, shush, don't tell the cops you saw us, ACAB, like, sneaking around kind of goofs. And that's the thing, is that Usopp shows up in those a lot. A lot.
Oh,
Kids
there's
love
actually
Usopp.
this really funny bit where Usopp is hiding in the crowd. And, the Marines go like, you know, has anyone seen Usopp? And, this lady, this is footage I saw, Usopp has gotten a crowd member to participate with him. So, the character actor for Usopp has grabbed a random woman in the crowd by her wrists and is holding her up and waving her arms, going, I haven't seen him anywhere! I've never seen that guy in my life! And the lady is just, like, wearing her USJ merch, just sitting there like, It's my fucking favorite bit. I love it.
It's really, really good. Christ. And big step sneaky. We're talking some Scooby-Doo type action.
Yeah.
Actually, you could probably compare directly, like, Usopp's body acting is Shaggy-esque. But I would say even push, like, further.
Yeah.
Okay, the actors have literally learned how to replicate this goofy, like, pose he does sometimes, or, like, what you gotta imagine is from the waist up, like, his arms are crossed over his chest, his shoulders are square, his head is high, he is resolute, he is Usopp, pirated, but then from the knees...
Yes.
are just bent and, like, shaking outrageously.
Yes.
And, like, it is the most, like, the fact that they figured out how to make that work as, like, physical acting as a human is one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
Hey, Phantasmagoric Lich.
Hello.
We're talking, USJ, Universal Studios Japan, One Piece. It is 11! How is it break time again? Fuck off!
Oh,
I don't know.
Alright. Well, break time again.
This is the problem when we do the hyperfixation night.
I want to draw more.
Alright, we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. We're experimenting with taking a longer middle break to rest, but also we'll see. We'll see. I'll go say hi to the kittens for y'all. Alright, BRB. Is the letter like always blue, presumably from blue, or like a floral blue? Was it ever like? Honestly, I don't remember what the letters actually were, but I've got the entirety of the letter song stuck in my head since I was about 8.
Sorry, let me reconnect real quick.
Oh, fun.
Hi. So what'd you say?
The first things I ever say with Bugs, reconnect me. Bugs! Bugs, please, I'm trapped in the jar!
Hi. Hi.
So, when on Blue's Clues they did the letter segments, was it like the clue from Blues? Or was it like, what were the actual letters? I just realized I've got like the letter song stuck in my head and I don't remember anymore what the actual like bit was.
So the letters were often videos from kids who watched the show.
I thought something like
Sorry, what?
I thought it was something like that.
Yeah, it's real cute.
Yeah. I feel like little kid shows did that back then a little bit more. Which...
Yeah, that was like Teletubbies would do that, Sesame Street would do
Yeah,
that.
I just always remember because like the Teletubbies video game had one of those segments on it.
That's scary.
And I just remember it's like this little English kid like talking, oh, dog likes to eat food. Little kids talking about stuff is really fun because once like, if they can stop being well, I think kids these days have to just not care about cameras very much, but back in May, the kids just talking like kids was the funniest thing ever. It was the one where Steve really wanted to sing. Listen, we just got a letter, we just got a letter, we just got a letter, wonder who it's from.
Here's the mail, it never fails, it makes me want to wag my tail. When I see it, I start to wail.
Mail! Extremely good is the problem.
You know how I remember that song?
Huh.
There was a character in Homestuck who...
This time it's not me! This time it's not me! Just this once! Just this once!
There was a character song for one of the characters in Homestuck which referenced the "Here's the mail, it never fails" line over and over and over and over and over.
Uh-huh.
Smile.
Don't mind me, I had to find an emote.
Uh-huh.
Listen, I still have a specific piece of Homestuck music that I get stuck in my head, and if you're thinking, oh, Megalovania? No! Why would it be something that coherent?
Do I have skits on me right now? I believe I do. Can I get away with it if I roll? No. Okay.
You know what I just realized is kind of nice because I got reminded of Homestuck. What's nice about One Piece is that it's not meta. It's not meta even a little. It's not meta even a little. Ever. Sometimes it's nice. Sometimes it's nice. Sometimes you know, not every story has to be about making stories. It's not Homestuck, no. Though, to be clear, Homestuck had a lot of shit going for it, and we all liked it for a reason. We all had our reasons. It was fun. We had our funs, we had our terrible favorites. I don't think we gotta get into that. Look, Bugs has less sins than I do in this specific venue. Anyways.
My favorite was
Listen!
because she's a swimmer and I was on swim team.
Listen! Listen!
Who was your favorite, Frankie?
I don't...
Who was your favorite, Frankie?
I mean, it wasn't the worst.
Who was your favorite, Frankie, who plays with crown horns?
I just think Equius had a lot of unexplored character potential, okay? I just think it kind of sucks that it felt like it was set up to be like, oh, is this character going to improve? No! Why would any character ever get to have an improving arc in Homestuck? Why, when instead they could just be unceremoniously killed off?
Mm-hmm.
Also, he should have been... Anyways. I'm just saying him and Karkat would have been cute as the enemies thing, which I don't remember the name of anymore. I'm just saying, just as from my time in the series when I was at the right age.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you're still into Homestuck, you're honestly extremely valid and braver than we are.
I've been enjoying the Homestuck Made This World podcast by the Just Game Things
I need to start
people.
Listening to it.
Oh, it's good. It's
I feel like they're the people most equipped to, like,
talk
about it.
I would agree.
I think you need a game theory, like, teaching position to get into it. Yeah, okay, Vegeta, I so appreciate that you specifically are my homie about, god damn it, he had good character potential, and then he just got tossed out the window for... Well, anyway. Sorry, I have to, like, mentally clear out vapors. Yes, it is Homestuck Built This World, which is by the same people who do the podcast we've mentioned a few times now, Just King Things.
Yeah, hang on,
which is a similar series, but with them reading through the works of Stephen King. I haven't read the Homestuck-based one, but both dudes are very well-spoken, literally extremely well-educated on, like, how to read through stuff. They give stuff extremely fair shakes. They never just go down to, like, haha, this is dumb. Like, it's never like that. It's never gonna be like that.
They're up to Act 7?
Woo! No kidding.
Yeah.
Damn.
I've only listened to, because I listen to it when I'm playing Monster Hunter and stuff at night. I'm only up to Act 3.
Yeah. Which, in Stephen King's bibliography, this should give you a clue of how dense Stephen King's bibliography is that they're up to Homestuck Act 7, but they're only up to it in Stephen King books.
Yeah.
That's how much fucking work Stephen King fucking puts out, or put out in his... Calling it prime feels almost mean-spirited, so I'm just going to say, in the 80s. But extremely worth a listen to, and they're just... They do a lot of good podcasts. I listen a little bit to their series, Game Theory something? Game Theory Study Buddies.
Yeah,
which is, I would say, a much drier series where they literally go over non-fiction books about game theory and discuss them and go over it. And I'm not saying it's scintillating, but also it is a very interesting and thorough look over it if you're interested in game studies.
To be clear, it is not game theory as in what if Five Nights at Freddy's is an Undertale.
No, it's the actual field of game theory, which is like, what is the purposes of playing games, what is the way that they interact, what are the models of games, what is the reward systems of games. Like, literally the first, like, episode of the series that I listened to is, like, going over a book written about, like, what are the actual mechanics of games versus video games and what makes them compelling. Like, that's the level we're talking. At my local bookstore in the horror section, it's mostly Stephen King. There's also a cat in the store named Mr. Bingsley. I like that.
That's nice. Hey, say hi
also
to Mr.
reading
Bingsley.
through just... Mr. Bingsley is very good.
You're saying?
Oh, yeah, no. Stephen King literally writes by just sitting down and writing 1,000 words. And then he does that again. And again. It's... I think the quote he has that I like is he's like, I'm a baloney writer. As in, lunch meat. Oh, it's Game Studies Study Buddies? That makes sense. Thank you, Starcat.
Thank you.
But yeah, One Piece. I like the expression you went for Luffy here of his full concentration face.
Thank you. Yeah. So something interesting about Luffy, he never has any lights in his eyes. And so
Yes.
even like drawing him concentrated, it's tough because you have to figure out his default is eyes wide, no matter what the expression
Yes.
is.
His pupil and iris, I don't think ever touch the outside of his eye unless he's looking somewhere directionally,
And even
which is
even if he's
and
looking
even
at something, he tends to turn his head towards it.
That's true. Yeah, I suspect it's actually like an internal drawing rule that Oda has, because Luffy's always meant to look a little bit like, kind of almost like a gag manga character, like just a little bit, like compared to everything else around him. His superpower is being a cartoon, basically. Like, and he's in an anime world, but he's a cartoon. You feel me? And something that I love about that, just to like nerd out a sec on appearance stuff, is it's very fun to me because it reads like a flat affect, but where you figured out smiling.
Yes. Yeah.
But also, you might notice that we're describing someone who constantly has wide eyes and smiles, and you might think, that sounds scary. It is. Quite often. A little terrifying looking. We often joke that you can tell when someone's in trouble in an arc based on how intense the Luffy face is.
Yeah.
If he actually frowns, you're going to die.
Yeah.
It's not good. What was it we were just... Oh, right before the Skypiea stuff, because we left off in the middle of Skypiea with the anime.
Oh yeah.
There's a very good scene in there where it's one of the few times that Luffy starts to, like, back into his fully, like, empty facial expression when it doesn't have to do with a fight. And it's literally the first time he meets what's almost certainly going to be one of the, like, ultimate final big bad figures of the series. Luffy is very slightly horror movie teen about it, and I enjoy it greatly. Yes!
Yeah.
Same. There is no character in fiction more autistic rep, even if no one says so.
Usopp is going like, ask me how I won this incredible prize by breaking the machine!
Fuck. They had to roll in a new one!
Luffy would win a lot of prizes for his boyfriend.
Yeah, Okay, side note, you know what I think would be really cute on Usopp when he's older?
Huh.
I think when he's older, he should go for the dread ponytail, or like a twist ponytail.
Oh yeah, that'd be cute.
It'd be cute!
Usopp sleeping in the silk bonnet.
I think he should.
Yeah.
He should.
Yeah.
Come on, man, your hairline. You keep your hair pulled back. You can't. Literally every now and then I'll see in the like, I've seen. Okay, no shade, but I saw someone drawing him asleep with the ponytail still in, and I'm just no, scalp. It's bad. Don't do that. God. Luffy about Usopp, me and the bad bitch I pulled by being autistic.
Usopp about Luffy, too.
Yeah! A lot of the major ships in One Piece are kind of like that, to be honest. No, Frankie and Robin is the best that way.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's fully like Robin voice, me and the bad bitch I pulled by being autistic.
I think every single pairing in One Piece that we have is me and the bad... Trafalgar Law and Sanji and Zoro, me and the bad bitches I pulled by being autistic, and Sanji
Pretty
about...
much.
Yeah.
We have time on the clock where we are going to explain a little bit at the end of tonight. We got a ship to sell ya. We got... Come on down to Crazy Frankie's. We got a ship to sell ya.
It's a ship that we've been, like, RPing for a while, but also I have coming in the mail One Piece, but they are kitty cats of Trafalgar and Zoro and Sanji. Listen. Listen.
I understand.
Let's see, now who is this for? Oh, I should finish rendering out Luffy's jacket here. Oopsie doopsie.
Oh, we got the jams on.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I went and got a special extended version because the one that's on the album is like 1 minute. I'm like, no.
Yeah, because
this
it's
will
like
not do.
No, the Spamton intro song is my favorite, just for the weird... Yeah, Vegeta? Name your price for what? I'm scared. What did I say? What did you say?
Did I say something?
I don't know. I'm being threatened, and I'm not sure for what. Sending so polite and excited for gay relationship show and tell. Listen!
I believe this is the last drawing on the list. Let me check.
Oh shit, we might be into free play then.
Yeah, this is the last drawing. Thank you so much, Knighted Link, for this request. If anyone... What?
The ship you're selling, what kind of deal? Hey, listen! You wanna ship this one? Barely in use. You know why? Not because it's a bad ship, but I tell you what it is. It's these classic OT3s, baby. They just don't see as much time out on the open sea. But I tell you what, for you, special deal, free. But also I have to stop here to mention, if anyone likes to get any further drawing requests in, do not feel pressured to... I never did the show intro today. This one's just...
I'm sorry, I was too autistic. I literally was like, I want to talk about you. Please, for the love of... Oh, wait, no.
Even worse, I was like, oh, we'll spend the whole time talking about USJ, and we can slowly go over each type of the bugs bursting through the wall with the slideshow prepared.
I feel passionate about things sometimes is the problem.
Well, we both do. It's just very fun when it's something that Bugs actually has words about instead of slowly holding up images. I am glad you love listening to USJ talk.
Oh, you do? Thank you. Thank you so much.
I was saying we were going to talk more. Bugs is constantly worried that it has to be, like, shotgunned through.
Yeah.
Someone in the audience is going to stand up going, are you talking about theme parks? And it will all be over. It will all be over. Bugs, we could spend a whole we could probably get away with just talking about Disneyland rides if we ever wanted to. We're not going to. Probably. Because, listen, Disney stuff gets weird. If you think it's fun having to stop every now and then to talk about the problems with One Piece, oh boy, a Disney-based theme would occasionally require pausing to point out the bodies. Metaphorically.
Well,
mostly. Well, there's some incidents. There's a reason the park has a ban on ashes.
There's a reason the park
not as far as I can say. Literally.
Cups. Also.
And people still do it, which, like...
I literally have orders from a family member with regard to that.
Oh, you gotta bring in the forbidden Ziploc?
I have to possibly get near a monorail pylon at some point to take
Okay,
photos
actually,
of
that's
it.
the funniest possible. That's the best possible iteration. I respect that, actually. Look, if it was just dump my ashes out on the Haunted Mansion ride, that's been done, you know? Legally, neither of us have ever been involved in anything regarding that. We'll never be in our entire lives, you can't guess.
Oh, Skill Elephant, thank you.
Shucks! Yeah, we do truly appreciate that people are just on for the ride.
Yeah, for real.
Now is a good time if anyone still wants to get in any requests for drawing until... I'm gonna say our final break is usually where we stop taking any requests. However, if nobody has any, please do not worry or feel pressured. Always keep an eye on your own budget. This is how we make our income and all that good stuff, but y'all, our audience, should be taken care of as well. I will simply say, because you have to let people know these things as it goes. But, while we're on free drawing, so... There's a lot about Trafalgar Law that I still want to mostly talk about by the time we get to him in the character-by-character type stuff. But also, I'll just talk about some of it twice. Let's be honest there. And you know, at this point my policy with spoilers for One Piece is like, so long as I'm not describing how an arc resolves itself, or the big beats, like, oh, X character was actually pretending to be the pumpkin that's been in the foreground, and they, like, stuff like that, but characters existing and the stuff they do, and some stuff about their backstory has to be talked about.
Oh shit.
To be
Trafalgar Law in a funny hat 3.
Thank you, Raven Bonafoy, who donated $10 and says Trafalgar Law in a funny hat 3.
Thank you. How can we get funnier than the first hat? Bugs, can you show the nice people what his first hat looks like, please?
Okay.
Can you draw the nice people what the first version of his hat, what the original version of his hat, what the hat looks like?
I'll ruin this nice drawing. I'll make him shape.
No, it doesn't have to be this one. You can draw separate.
Nice
Just
drawing.
doodle his hat on its own.
What if
It
the
looks
bowler
like-
hat was fucking Jamiroquai's big hat?
Okay. You know how sometimes mushrooms like start little like this and then they like grow upwards? It just looks like if you watered his hat enough it would turn into one of those Dr. Seuss hats.
You leave him alone.
So yeah, Trafalgar Law is introduced basically when the main characters reach the end of the first half of the Grand Line. We've talked about the Grand Line before. It's the mysterious current that runs in between the Calm Belts, which is basically like a specific strip of ocean that's hyper dangerous and is difficult to navigate and full of sea monsters and the most dangerous people in the fucking world, and you can only get to it specific ways. And at the very beginning, the main characters pick a specific path of islands that they will have to follow to reach the midpoint and then, in theory, eventually the end of the Grand Line. It turns out when they got to the end of it, there was all those other paths of islands that they could take, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other pirates, who all survived different routes of the Grand Line, wound up arriving at the midpoint at about the same time, and were dubbed the Worst Generation, or alternately translatable as the Most Infamous Generation, which is the up-and-coming new pirates who are getting up to shit.
I believe also
Trafalgar
sometimes
Law-
they're referred to as the cosmos and universe in some translations they didn't get over here.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, translation is a difficult science. And it's... as always, salute the troops, by which I mean translators and localizers, because good god. Simple, just collapse this series of possible meanings and contexts, and make it English now.
Easy.
And Trafalgar is introduced as one of that generation, a imposing, I think in black and white he looks more anemic than he actually is.
Yeah.
Tragically. But he is the calm, cold, tall for a normal person, tall. There's a sliding scale in this series of tall.
Introduced sitting like this, by the way, hang on. He is smirking so deviously.
Yes,
And he is in his big stupid hat. And then his legs, he's sitting like this. And he's wearing heels.
Yeah, he's like 6'6" and he wears heels.
And he's so devious.
He is so evil and up to no good. Real quick, there's some fun, okay. If One Piece now is as ubiquitously a big deal in Japan as comparably, kind of SpongeBob is here, Anpanman is like Sesame Street level. You watch this as a kid. More so. Way more so. I mostly point this out because I'm convinced that his Jolly Roger looking like a germ is meant because the bad guy in Anpanman is literally bacteria themed. Like a germ. I think we're supposed to look at him and go like, that's the bad man.
Yeah.
That's
also,
evil bad man.
Because he has tattoos, as we all know,
yes!
Everyone who has tattoos is so very... Let me show y'all his tattoos, hang on.
Yeah, Bugs doesn't always draw the tattoos, and legally you're not allowed to give Bugs shit for it because there's so much tattoo on this boy.
This is the image I use. Thank you to Game Rant, who posted One Piece tattoo meaning. Here's all his tattoos. You may notice that on one hand it says death, and on the other one it says heart.
I love him. We're not gonna get into too much why that is, or why he has a really cute repeating heart motif, but suffice to say, it's very plot detailed, and when we get to him in the character stuff, I figure we'll talk the most about Corazon then.
Yeah.
So also, just blocky torso on that man.
Yeah, every One Piece man that's introduced as, like, super strong and someone you're like, ooh, what a villain, has, like, this, like... Well, actually, no. Every One Piece man that's considered very strong that is a good guy eventually falls victim to rectangle torso syndrome. Luffy has this,
in the
Zoro
anime.
has this. Zoro, in particular, sometimes has a neck that's, like...
The neck is a little out of control sometimes.
It's a little bit like King. I think you're not supposed to tense all those muscles.
He's this close to becoming like Spider-Man, the animated movie Kingpin in some shots.
Yeah.
God help him.
God help him. What a cool way for his arc to go.
Literally the way some One Piece bros talk, I swear to God, if you ask them what they think he's gonna look like, they'd be like, he's gonna look like Kaido. That's a cool, he's gonna be like, it's like, I think he's gonna remain, like, 5'10", guys. I don't think that's in the card. Unclench, my man, you're gonna... Okay, Vegeta, you have to know, I literally joke, I headcanon Zoro as a trans man, and because of how very ridiculous One Piece is, and when I say ridiculous, I mean there's a character who makes ramen with his face. Not as a devil fruit power.
I hate that guy. I hate that guy. I hate that guy. I hate him.
I
hate him. I hate him.
Let's be clear.
No.
But because there's and there's sorry,
I forgot he existed. I hate this. Oh, it shoots out of his nose. And
you want me
Luffy
to
eats
explain
it.
You want me to explain to the nice people just how it's...
No.
Okay, good. Oh, it's worse than that, Crash Dash 12. It's worse than that. Nobody in chat explain either. If you know, don't tell anyone. Let them find out the hard way, as we all did. Christ. But because, like, there's characters like that, and then there's characters like Big Goofy Gorilla Man, who or like the orangutan man who just has sonic powers and can swim, so it's not a devil fruit power. By the way, if you do want to see what he looks like, a quick Google image search of One Piece ramen guy probably will get you there. Anyways, sorry, that was the devil speaking. Hey, Skull Elephant.
Hi, Skull Elephant.
Don't worry about it. We're really in the Uncle Frankie's terror hour as part of the evening now.
Let me judge.
Long story short, because One Piece is... What if someone just flexed so hard you didn't notice they had titties? What if Zoro simply is... Zoro has the improbable anime perma-abs, which, by the way, you only have defined abs like that if, like, you're really cut. I just think Zoro never got top surgery. He just flexes all the time, and it makes his titties look like muscle only. I just think... You can't prove me wrong. Yes, outside of Furanki, technically, measurements-wise. Just saying. Which, by the way, I think I've mentioned this several times, but it will never stop cracking me up that early on when Robin meets Jinbei, she's like kind of the flirtiest she's ever been.
Yeah.
And by that I mean she has specifically one line where he asks her, like, oh, I need you to do this for the plan, and she goes, well, I never turned down a large, polite man. It's like, Robin? Hello?
Good for her.
Good for She knows what she likes. And listen, it's a big man. No, a big man. The non-coward's big man.
Let's see. Let's look up balloon hats for Trafalgar Law.
Oh god, a balloon hat version of his usual hat.
Oh, there's a lot of bad balloon hat options.
Oh, by the way, so Trafalgar Law's actual power is literally the Ope fruit, which is to say the Operate fruit, which is to say it's surgeon themed. And here's the thing, it's also one of the more abstract devil fruit powers in the series in a very cool way, but naturally we also have decided that he is some kind of trans, specifically in the he-they range, because he can literally freely swap people's body parts around if he wants to, so...
Yeah. So, Trafalgar Law is the one who can do the body swap episode, which is how one of our main tenets of the Sanji trans agenda involves what he does to Sanji and Punk Hazard.
Yes, which is, I think it's okay to say, because we've talked about it enough,
Yeah.
he gets swapped into Nami's body, and sure, you expect to be like, whoa, I got titties, hot! Instead it's like, whoa, fuck, yes, amazing!
The dream!
I feel great!
Yeah, and when he gets swapped back, he literally goes, the dream is dead! And it's like,
Literally,
oh.
he screams, no, the dream is dead. And then, oh, my body's real beat up. Well, that's okay. I kept Nami's body safe, and that's all that matters, which is also my favorite, because when he says that, Usopp is like, you know what, man? Good for you! I'm proud of you! Which, something that I love deeply about the series is Usopp and Sanji's friendship?
Yes.
Which
Friendship,
mostly
question
comprises of Usopp being the one motherfucker alive who looks at Sanji and says, as we do, die. Go on trial for your crimes.
mark? Yeah.
By which we mean being very embarrassing. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's maximum gender. It's, hey, Arsene. Like,
Hello.
okay. It's, people talk about, like, Ranma 1/2, which I think is a very, like, it's a trans-masculine-ass story. It's literally like, I'm a man, but sometimes I'm perceived as a woman against my will, and no matter how much I correct motherfuckers, they do not listen. Sanji's reaction ain't cis. Cause, like, Ranma's like, ah, shit, I'm a girl, fuck, alright, fine. That's like someone who's a dude. Sanji literally gets... He just... Please. Someone tell Sanji that you can be a bi-trans woman. I think so many of Sanji's problems would be solved.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
Yeah.
I like the bit where he comes back from his family's house with a shorter haircut.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Trafalgar Law. God, I'm trying to, like, think. Goofy Guy Gordon says, loves women so much, wants to be one. That is literally how it comes off, because it does not
Yeah.
come off like just, ooh, women, awooga, yeah! It's like, oh, women! They're so beautiful and perfect, and there's literally a cap of him saying, I don't want, like, I wasn't born to be a friend of women, I was born to love women as a man. It's like, oh, buddy. Oh, can some, like, Frankie, can someone, like, sit Sanji down? Like, I know it's, Anyways.
You cannot break the Prime Trans Directive.
I know you can't break the Prime Trans Directive, but you can at least... So, someone needs to sit near Sanji and just talk really loudly about gender theory. Is that an option? Which... Side note, I think the funnest thing about it is just like, and we don't think Sanji would get much less obnoxious.
Yeah.
That's the fun. It's good for girls to be obnoxious.
It is.
Okay, so with Law, I have to stop myself from rambling about Law's power set because I don't think that translates well to talking about a manga, but it's really cool and it's very interesting writing, and I really like the ways that different devil fruits manifest and the different ways that they work. It would be very easy for it to be incoherent or really boring, but it's really good. So, I'll say this, he's got a giant goofy sword, and it's very fun because he mostly literally only uses it to make his devil fruit power work. Because for a lot of moves that... This man got handed a multi-tool of a power? Okay, I'll explain a little bit because Crash Test 12 asked, so I have an excuse.
Thank you.
Trafalgar Law's power is a surgical devil fruit, basically. It is the Op fruit as an operation, and literally he is able to cleanly cut someone into discrete, still living pieces, which he can then either rearrange, attach the wrong way around, not in like a total body horror way, in like a cartoon, discrete chunks of body with no gore kind of way, or he can just remove a body part, which he's most infamous for with hearts. He can remove someone's still beating, still alive heart, and it kind of gets contained in like a little like see-through cube kind of, which looks nice, and he can just hold it in his hand and squeeze it. And the thing is, it's still your heart, and you feel it being squeezed if he does that, which you have to admit is a pretty good use of a technically medical ability set. This dude is the white mage who did some deep thinking.
Yeah.
That's what his character song is about. Yes, his character song, Dr. Heartstealer. Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Raven Bonifay, who asked for Trafalgar Law and a funny hat.
Thank you. Oh god, Buggy.
It's his birthday!
Oh, do you think during the time period where he was a warlord, because Buggy is at the same time, and he probably actually went to the meetings that get called sometimes, and Buggy probably did because he's a big egotistical jackass, and
it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Law.
It's my birthday.
He is 26 to 30 years old.
Yeah. If you're unaware, we are doing ridiculous echolalia on an episode of OKKO, which is not nightmare fuel at all.
No.
Yeah, his skill is fascinating because, like, part of how he does all the things I just said is he generates a large sphere of space, which he is able to manipulate people inside, change where stuff is. Like, it's a surgical power, so he can remove, replace, undo stuff. He can literally do a medical scan of people inside this space, which is very fun as like an offensive power. Yeah, or as it's actually said, chambers.
No, that's different.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, okay, so let me explain it real quick.
Yeah, okay, but Bugs, for some mysterious reason, might have a slightly tighter handle on some of these details.
So Room is a sphere that Law can conjure around him with the Op fruit. It is typically shown as being halfway in the ground because it's a sphere. So you'll see it as a dome, but it is actually a sphere. What he can do...
And he can generate, like, small versions of that, too, right? Or is that a different thing?
He can. So chambers, is what he calls when he swaps things around. So he calls that out within the room.
That's probably where my confusion comes from.
Yes. He calls out all his special attacks because he is so special to me.
Well, hold on. Everyone does in One Piece.
Yes.
Everyone calls out their special moves. He's just the motherfucker who does it in French.
Yes. Because he is from Fleavance, aka France.
Well, we like to theorize that it's possible that the entirety of the ocean that is north of blue is just vaguely Euro-French, kind of, because it's funny.
And the other thing he can do is scan, which scans everything in the room. He also treats his sword like a surgical knife. It's fucking dope. I love him.
Yes. And there's some really cool... France real in One Piece?
Well, France...
Let me put it this way. It's possible that there's multiple different islands that are functionally France. In One Piece. I'm right.
Let's put this another way. France.
The number of Frances is 0 to 5.
Yeah, France may be gone. France may be past tense.
But it's also possible that there's like a Paris island somewhere. Like a lot of times, different locations in One Piece are based with very direct inspiration and even direct reference to specific places with a little bit of a twist. Like Water 7, which is functionally Venice, but what if it was built entirely around being a shipbuilding port? You see it like that kind of stuff. So I'm saying it's possible there's multiple Franches. But, as Bug says, it's also possible that...
There was a France here. It's gone now.
Shut up. Also, Crash Dash says Paris should always have been isolated and quarantined to its own island. I feel like that's how people from France feel sometimes, too. From what I've heard. Which, by the way, for One Piece's setting, it's important... Sorry, Vegeta just said, "This is where I would put my France, if I had one!"
Awesome.
Yeah. Listen! Be nice. People say the funny quote, and I simply respond. Let's see. Oh, Crash Dash 12, I should mention that I personally feel firmly that spiritually, Sanji is from Florida. I'm right.
I'm just gonna let you sit with that one.
What? You think you can step to it? You think you can argue my logic? You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Newspaper headlines about Florida chef! Diagnosing him with Florida man?
Shut
Yeah,
up.
a little bit.
Shut up. You were mean
Good
to
night,
him.
Boots.
Good night, Bloots.
I'm allowed to be mean to Sanji. Listen. So. Okay, so there's room, chambers. What I really do love, too, is even him calling it chambers it's a heart pun. You see, it's a heart
like
pun,
chambers
like
of the heart.
But also, like, room. French. Which I enjoy. I like this because it proves that no matter how, like, he is a cool, composed character. Like, that is one of the first things we see about him, is he's presented in a pretty, like, fast, kind of like, okay, these are the other, like, big pirates in the scene. It's a very cool moment because it's like, up till then, you're so focused on the Straw Hats adventure that the larger world of pirates kind of fades into the background at a lot of points. It's fun for a series to be like, hey, by the way, these characters aren't the only people in the world who've been traveling and adventuring and getting stronger and making a reputation. Look at these fuckers. And then it kind of pans over a crowd of weirdos and Law's there. And when he comes back, what we kind of learn is he is... This is actually touched in his character song, which cracks me up. He is one of the few characters in this series who is patient. He is actually capable of making a plan and thinking very hard about the plan and waiting.
Yes.
You might think to yourself, hey, that's a funny thing to point out as if it's a fully original character trait. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah. It's almost completely unique to him out
Yeah.
of the main cast.
Yeah.
It's like him and Jin. Like, okay, Jinbei and Robin. Robin's a little more chaotic than she lets on. Jinbei, at the very least, is like one of the few main characters, but he's also not in charge. Trafalgar is the captain of his crew. He is the captain of the Heart Pirates. And he is very thoughtful. His character song, which again, I recommend checking out because why is it like that? Why is his character song
I
like
don't know
that?
what it owns, and he's voiced by the guy who does Choromatsu also. So think about that when you listen to it.
Like, there's literally a line in there that's like, unlike others, it's even something like, don't mock me for being patient, I'm like waiting for my, like, it's very good that way. Listen. Oh, I see so we got some Matsu knowers in the crowd, eh? Eh? You know your Matsus, huh? Eh?
Functionally the same.
They're not! Listen, we can all just quickly agree that the only character in that series who deserves anything who's from the original anime is just Chibita.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's the only non-criminal. And, I mean, technically, yes, criminal, but you know what I mean.
Oh no,
Psychically.
improbable. He is a German boy. Robin's the Russian, apparently.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I
Oh,
guess.
little German boy, don't go into that Florida restaurant! Oh my god, it's full of dads!
To be fair, it's probably also full of blunt and smoke, and judging by how line chefs work.
Yeah.
It's fine. They had to have a really serious talk the day that Sanji got old enough that he started to, like, grow into the smoke cloud. Alright, guys, you gotta start smoking out on the fucking porch. Oh, man. Listen, I draw the line at hotboxing the kid.
Fuck.
Boss, he's smoking a Marlboro, right? Listen! I said what I
son,
said.
Eat the Marlboro. He's a growing boy.
Which,
You leave him alone.
I think I've mentioned this before when we were talking about Sanji, but it's so important that you know that, and I love this, because I can't imagine having to make the anime episode. It is canonical fact that Sanji tried to start smoking at like 12.
Yeah.
He's like, it makes me look like a grown-up, and I like to think that, like, it's like, alright, I'm putting these on top of the fridge, you can get them back when you can reach them, like... which... I keep being distracted. I can't skip the big song, but my brain just goes, oh, Big the Cat.
Oh, I know.
Ooh,
It's almost over. It's
wow.
almost over.
I'm just gonna zone out then. There we go. Okay. It's the best song.
It is.
Sanji voice, I'm so full from cigarettes, yum.
I'm so full from cigarettes. Yum. That's how he sounds in the
gosh.
dub. That's right.
Yeah!
That's right.
And
I'm so full from cigarettes in Brooklyn. Yum.
Yeah, he's got the Joey Wheeler.
The Joey
kinda.
Wheeler. They just hit him with the Joey Wheeler because he's a blonde anime man. It's so fucking sad.
Wheelification, if you will.
Wheelification sequence. You know what else
very
they
powerful.
did in the One Piece anime that I need to find a clip of? Apparently all they did for research on Nico Robin was go like, oh, well, she's wearing a cowboy hat, right? Hey, y'all.
Oh my god!
Thanks for letting me on your ship, y'all.
Good, good, good.
Yeah.
This should never have been undone.
Yeah.
This should never have been undone. Okay, that'd be the funniest thing, though, because in her anime voice acting, she does this very clear tone shift of, like, I am being evil girl woman who is so full of motives to, okay, I'm gonna talk more like a regular human being now, somewhat.
Yeah. It's good.
I want to hear that but cowboy accent. I want to hear the evil
fuck.
evil drawl.
I want to hear
wanna hear it.
what the One Piece dubbing crew, because if you don't know, One Piece's localization dubs stopped around the time Robin joined. Like, literally, I think, like, her getting on the ship was, like, one of the last things that showed up.
Okay, this is like ancient scuttlebutt, but apparently, literally, part of why it got scuttled is because they realized, like, it became apparent how much stuff they'd cut that was actually plot relevant.
Yeah.
And, like, they could never fix it.
Yeah.
Which, oh, I've talked before about the 4Kids dub of One Piece, but it is just amazing. It is the last hurrah of the era of, we got this anime. All right, let's chop and screw it.
Yeah.
Edit
Yeah.
edit out those rice balls. Kids don't know. Kids are incurious and cannot, like, I think you could just call it a rice ball and most kids would be like, okay, sure, all right. Wild heady days. Which, it's a shame that we never got to see them try to make sense of the name Trafalgar Law back in the day.
Oh, they would have called him Waterloo. Because, okay, something we should note about Trafalgar Law. Here's his full name.
Oh, yeah. Trafalgar Water Law, yeah.
Trafalgar? Water Law. Yes, I'm omitting something, but people will find it when they find it.
Don't worry about it. We're still giving people some space on the... When we get to the Trafalgar-centric stuff episode, all bets will be off.
Yay!
We're gonna talk about Doflamingo, we're gonna talk about Baby 5. Bugs, if I find that one picture of Baby 5, will you put it up on screen for me?
Yes.
Okay, let me go find it then. This is important to me. It's break time, but I'm gonna find this first. It's important. It's important. It's important.
Oh,
it's
also,
important.
while he's doing that, I should mention that Trafalgar Law, okay. So, there's a line of One Piece figures that's them as animals. And Trafalgar Law's whole thing, he is the captain of the Heart Pirates. Their ship is called the Polar Tang. His first mate is a giant polar bear. His second mates are themed around a penguin and an orca. Trafalgar Law has a spotted fur cap and has, like, fur he carries around everywhere. And, Oda, was like, yeah, he's like a spotted seal, you know, because they're like carnivorous, they hunt. And there was a line of One Piece figures as animals, and the guy was like, oh yeah, Trafalgar Law, because he has all the fur and all the spots and stuff. He's like a snow leopard, right? And Oda was like, yes. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's exactly right. He's like a snow leopard. That's why I designed him like a snow leopard. He's like, fuck, a snow leopard is really good.
I love that about Oda because he just does that sometimes.
Yeah, it's
like,
good.
Which I find charming because he runs this, like, it's compiled into, like, the ends of volumes. It's the SBS, which is like a little question corner that he does, which I love because he outright states that the reason he does that is because when he was a kid, he liked those, and he wanted to hear about, like, the minutia of, like, manga production because he wanted to be a manga artist. And sometimes people will write in, and he just goes like, you know what? Sure. Photo discovered.
Oh, good. Let's see.
I just think it's important you know that this character usually looks like a totally... not normal, but like a woman. A cute girl. She kind of is introduced in a maid outfit, which is a screaming nightmare in a few directions for in-story reasons. And she can do this! She can do this! This is a thing this character can do. This is a moment that occurs in the series, and you have to confront it, and you have to internalize it, and you're expected to just turn the page and keep reading, and this is a thing. And the like, this is exactly what the panel where this happens looks like, too. So you can just imagine the storyboard that's just this. And it's... These are the things that are so important to me.
So
to explain.
Her fruit is the Buki Buki no Mi. which is the weapon fruit, basically, and I'm going to show on screen something else she can do. She can turn into a giant cannon.
She can turn into a giant cannon. She can turn any one of her body parts into any kind of weapon.
And note the cannon is still smoking a cigarette.
Yes, because she is smoking a cigarette. Oda is the most powerful motherfucker alive.
Yeah, I would say so.
Also, Bugs is very fond of Baby 5.
I think she's cool. I forget how old she is. So that's also why...
She's only a few years younger than Law, and he's 27, so I think you're fine.
Hey.
Let me take a quick little look, because I had the page open just a second ago. It's still open somewhere? Where'd it go in my history? That's worrying. I've got a spare One Piece tab open somewhere. Baby 5 1. Which, yes, the name she goes by is Baby 5. It's kind of explained for once. You know, I always forget that she carries a sword, too, like just a normal-ass sword.
Good for her.
Sword on sword.
Yeah.
Age 24, you're good.
Hey,
like we said, always check the ages.
Yeah.
You might look at a character and think you know, you do not know. You do not know. You simply do not know.
You simply... Jinbei, the guy who acts, like, really polite, so you would kind of think, like, oh, well, that's like an anime grandpa. He's 40. He's 44.
He's 44. He is, Brooke is technically 90, but 50 of those years were just him being... 50 of those years are post-death, so he's, like, actually only, like, 50, technically.
So you're saying him and Jinbei have a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance. Meanwhile, Dr. Kurihai is 140 years old.
Love her.
140 years old.
Love her.
The best.
Love her.
The
Love
best.
her.
The world's only It is the only non-cowardly way anyone's ever drawn a, like, hotted awooga old lady.
Yeah.
Just neck up, fucking Gruntilda. Beautiful. Beautiful. It is 12:10. We gotta take our last break of the night.
Okay. 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 What if he was a kitty cat? Okay.
Alright, we will be right back. Why is my phone is stuck in camera mode. That's a new one on me. Glad it decided to do these strange things today. Sorry. Anyways, I just picked it up and noticed it was doing this. We are taking our last break of the night. This is our good time to get up, get a drink. If you need to go to bed by now, please feel free to do so. We will be here in the VODs later when you get back to them. We want you all to get your rest. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. BRB.
Hello.
Hello. How is Axel?
Axel is supposedly in Birth by Sleep. He's vaguely 16, 14, around there. Add 10 years, so he's like 24 to 26.
Oh, okay. God, I was scared until you added the add 10 years.
Yeah. Let's see. I
Yeah.
need to turn off the donations thing. There we go. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Now I draw for me.
Now we draw for us, and I promised a ship to sell y'all, which the problem is I have to talk about who Trafalgar Law is a quick second. But basically, he's an unusual character type for One Piece, which is to say, technically a character type that if he was introduced in Volume 1 of a different manga, he'd be totally expected.
Yeah.
He's the cool, calculated, patient thinking guy. And to be honest, he could be pretty obnoxious if he wasn't in a world where he is surrounded by cartoon people. Well, no, the Straw Hat crew are cartoon people. And it is the most wonderful culture shock.
Yeah.
Because what makes him charming is that even though he's very serious, he kind of gets caught up in their rhythm.
Yeah.
There's a very early scene where he's first joined like the Straw Hat crew, where he's like, "What are you guys all?" Where like Luffy's like, whatever, we'll figure it out when we get there," and he's like, "What are you talking about? Well, there's like days until we get there. We should be talking strategy." And immediately, like, nobody's listening to him. Sanji goes, "All right, I'm making breakfast. I'm making sandwiches for breakfast for everybody. What do you want?" It's like, Chopper goes, "Oh, I want a cotton candy sandwich." Robin just wants tea. Everyone's calling out their requests, and without thinking about it, Trafalgar just says, "Oh, I don't really like bread, actually." And then he stops, and there's this supreme expression of, "What the fuck did I just say?
Yeah,
what am I
like
talking
this.
about?" Florida chef honored at White House now accused of attempted murder. Yeah, that's the Trafalgar Law. He dislikes bread and he hates umeboshi, like super specifically.
Yeah.
Those are his two major dislikes, and I think it's charming, and because Sanji is Sanji and is the worst, he still makes him rice. His favorite food is rice balls, which cracks me up, because Okay, before everyone starts judging him for the bread thing, you should know that part of his backstory is spending time with the world's most obnoxious, parallel to a white Spaniard upper-class dude.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay? You understand now? You rotate that in your brain? Doesn't like bread. But possibly this has something to do with it, but also I just think it's a funny thing to be picky about. Wonder if it's like a textural thing. He doesn't like the squishiness.
I've heard people suggesting it might be because, bread in Japan can be kind of sweet, that it might be too sweet for him.
That makes sense. You know what? We need to get this man a baguette. We need to get this man a baguette. Get him that nice crusty bread, see what he thinks. Hey, that sometimes people dislike food and it's hard to understand why. But it's mostly just a good example of, like, he is, in theory, the straight man character. He plays the Bert. But he still gets caught up in the Straw Hats' like, thing.
Yeah.
He never quite relaxes into it, and he'll never stop protesting their nonsense. But if he's not paying attention, he does start to go along with it.
Yeah.
Which is very charming. And now to the other point. He's tired and sad constantly.
Yeah.
And not sad like gloomy or like openly sad, but like resolutely sad. Oh, headcanon man is celiac haver. To be honest, he would probably actually know that about himself if he was.
He for a while, more or less had a plan that was like, I will take care of this thing that I promised someone else I would take care of, and then when I take care of that thing, it will kill me and I will die.
Yes. I have one overriding goal in life right now, and I am assuming that achieving it is going to kill me, and I have not planned for the idea that I will not die doing it. And not even like, I would argue it's not presented as like a suicidal issue, it's just like, it's as if like your overriding goal that was the most important thing to do that you believe you've promised someone who's not with you anymore is like jumping into a volcano.
Yeah.
Like, I like it is straight up like I'm going to try and fight someone who I believe I might be able to die taking down, kind of shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's very good because the details of that are not clear for quite some time, so he's just resolute and focused, and for a while you kind of think, okay, he's got like some vague larger plan. And then slowly it starts to be like, hey, you're real focused on this one part of the plan. And it's possible that, I mean, you might, it's subtle, you might be able to pick up on if you've been paying really close attention to our ships and talking about them. You might be angling. We just kind of held him up next to age-appropriate characters, because, full disclosure, very early on, if you've been following like this whole series, you may have noticed us talking about like, oh, like maybe like Traff with Luffy. That is because we thought Trafalgar Law was like 20 years old.
Yeah, it turns out he's like 26. Go figure.
Yeah, he is 27 post-time skip, which means pre-time skip he was 25 when Luffy was 17, and nope.
Not for us.
Not for us. It's one of those ships where, like, I don't think I'd judge anyone too badly about it, because, like, when they actually get to know each other, it's, like, 19 and... for fictional characters, that's not the worst I've ever heard. So it's not judgmental, it's just, not for us. But... Sanji and Zoro were 19 when he was 25, and did not
24.
meet then. 24. And met him after the time skip, which means they're all over 20.
Yeah, that's exactly
so for fictional purposes, yeah, a real-ass person, a 25-year-old dating a 19-year-old is absolutely not. No! For fictional shipping, I'm kind of lenient so long as everyone's within, like, 10 years of each other and are legal. Within reason. Complicated subject. Long story short, nope. But Sanji and Zoro, yes, appropriate. For shipping purposes. And also, we just think the sad man should have some cute boys to date, is basically it. But also, on a more serious note, Sanji and Zoro are both, like, one half of a playing the Bert role from time to time, and Sanji's more goofy overall, but they're both, like, a little more level-headed about some things than the rest of the crew. They've all undergone, like, very serious personal loss in their lives, in ways that are fun to connect, and they're all very pretty. And yes, indeed, Arsene, Bugs has gotten very good at drawing pets.
Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you to say.
I wanted to highlight that, because I know you've been doing some studies for it.
Thank you. Yeah, the appeal to me, particularly, Trafalgar and Sanji are both from the North Blue. And, which is the, Euro equivalent we mentioned. But also, Zoro and Law, and Sanji and Law have some very parallel specific traumas. And I look at that and I think, that's interesting. You guys could cope together.
Like, Zoro and Law were both thrust into their speciality in life with, a little bit of interest beforehand, but the main thing that motivates them is, on both cases, a large personal loss. And they are both characters who I feel, I think I've talked about this before with Zoro, but, like, when Luffy met Zoro, he was kind of a stray dog of a human being. He did not have many personal connections. He had, like, two friends who had kind of adopted him as big bros that he sometimes hung out with, and he hunted bounties, and mostly what that earned him was an infamy. He wasn't, like, treated like a hero, he was treated like a monster.
Yep.
And I think that the Trafalgar Law that we meet in the series later on is not in the same position, because he has his own crew, which, cannot overstate this enough, does have one of his best friends in the series, as we know, a polar bear person named Beppo.
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 I'm drawing Beppo.
It is so important, you know.
And then at
His
one
name
point,
is Beppo.
Beppo takes on a disguise for living in ancient Japan, an equivalent. And so Beppo, Beppo Suke looks like this.
He's Beppo Suke.
No one
His
will
clever
suspect
disguise.
where the giant
clever
polar
disguise.
bear in ancient Japan is from. They will never suspect he is from outside of ancient Japan.
No, I think this just happens sometimes.
Trafalgar
I
Law
think this just
canonically will nap on Beppo on the deck
yes!
of the ship.
And they're like childhood best, like,
Yeah.
he's known him since they were both like still little kids, or like at the oldest like 13 or 15. Like,
Yeah.
as mentioned previously, if a character's Tina is you have your child model until you just molt overnight into how you're gonna look from age like 16 to 30 question mark. Maybe 40.
Yeah.
Is like 40 usually the cutoff point where like you get to look like a cool middle-aged dude for an Oda style,
Yes.
kinda.
Yes, I would say
Except
so.
sometimes he draws characters who do look like they're 30. Mystifying.
Will Beppo get
Baffling.
his segment on these info streams? There's not a lot to say about Beppo.
Regrettably, we do
Beppo.
not know much about Beppo. It's basically like, well, actually I can tell you a little bit because it's one of the least important spoilers in the story. Law literally met Beppo when Beppo was being like bullied. I love saying Beppo.
Beppo.
He was getting bullied by like Beppo is a
Beppo.
mink, which is the in-universe type of human, and yes, I'm pointing at you, type of human, or alternately humans might just be a type of mink, which is furries, literally. Anthropomorphic animal human type people that kind of range from a little bit like cartoony-ish style to like just a dog lady, a hotted dog lady who Nami stayed with for a while.
Yeah. Who
Traded
greet each
clothing.
other by kissing.
Well, nuzzling. Not that it's much better. But Beppo is a mink who wound up outside of the place that minks usually live, so when Trafalgar Law first met him, he was being bullied by two other kids, and he basically, like, stopped that, because... And here's what's funny, the kids who are bullying Beppo are also on Trafalgar Law's crew.
Yes.
And that is literally, like, the start of his pirate crew, is he just came in swinging, like, leave the fucking bear alone!
And they were like, we'll
And-
follow you anywhere. There's actually literally...
Boss!
There's literally his... Okay, there's One Piece novels, and Laws is literally about, like, his child gang. It's good.
Good for him. Good for you, King. Yeah, the Trafalgar Law's like childhood has a lot happened in it, but as near as I can tell, his like teenage childhood after a certain point is like charmingly like kid adventure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like unending trauma, loss,
Here's-
awful like medical issues, and now a charming little group of child pirates.
Look,
for
he
his
had to
team.
literally hide under a pile of corpses to survive. He's earned a wacky adventure with slingshots
Yeah,
and shit.
he has. It's just a very cute contrast, because
Yeah.
technically, without getting into spoilers, Luffy's backstory is like if both of those ideas happened at once.
Yeah,
No, don't get into it.
just for Law's backstory for context, only, like, Law lost his whole family.
Yes. Long story short, his backstory gets into some grim shit.
Yes.
It's worth mentioning that One Piece could possibly use one or two trigger warnings. For child and... let me put it this way, some bad things happen to kids now and then, but it's always...
No kids get... well... No kids you're attached to get killed. If a child is dead, you've seen the child for one frame, and then it's like, and then she died.
To be more clear, it'll be a part of someone's backstory that's treated incredibly seriously and is usually a major part of things. No one dies in One Piece without it being a hugely big deal.
Yeah.
If a child character is actively being endangered in the story, they will be fine. I promise you that much. It's not a series where it starts out cute and goofy and then turns into, like, Nightmare Horror Parade. It's a series that starts to get kind of intense around Nami's backstory, and it remains like that for the rest of the series.
Mm-hmm.
It is always both goofy and serious, all at once in similar scenes.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, that probably gives you some context when we say, like, yeah, Trafalgar turns out to have a lot going on with him, and we just think maybe he's earned 2 boyfriends, and we think it'd be cute, and there's a lot of good parallels, like Bugs was saying earlier, and it's just nice to think of, like, kind of stalwart dudes getting to relax and, like, find people that they trust. Like, it's part of the attraction with, like, Zoro and Sanji, and also it's very fun, because there's something very funny about introducing to a ship where a lot of their whole deal is being incredibly, like, combative, which is Sanji and Zoro's, like, deal in canon, is they are the dudes who headbutt and fight and argue, and mysteriously pay a lot of attention to what the other is doing and how they're doing, and if something's going... It's funny to introduce to that just the deadpan.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if Trafalgar would ever... I don't think he'd ever join in on the arguments, but I think sometimes he'd accidentally get swept up into them still. I really appreciate when shows have mood whiplash between serious tragic moments and goofy moments or both at the same time. This is the series for you, if you like that. If you like stuff with a chunky, wild swing in tone, or like... What I love about One Piece is that there's dumb gags that happen, and I think in a lot of anime it's easy to get used to, like, there's the gag characters, and maybe the main character gets to also be silly, but, oh, it's serious time, so now they're serious, but there's a bit in the arc where Law is first met, where they're running through, like, an island that's been permanently blighted by the after effects of what turned out to be, like, a duel between 2 Navy dudes, where they're running through, like, a lab of a government-sponsored experimental scientist, and whatever nightmare that makes you think of, yes, basically, trust us. Which also is fun, because that character hangs around a while, and the other characters never stop shit-talking him for a moment, which I enjoy.
Yeah.
But there's literally a moment in all of that where Luffy just figures out how to hover by spinning his legs really fast.
It's a fucking nightmare.
It's kind of a nightmare, and that's what I mean when I say, like, it never stops being like that, and there's an actual villain character in that arc where there's a repeated thing with him where he appears to just forget his own deal?
Yeah.
Like, there's a bit where he's like, if only I had my sword with me, and a character in the background goes, you don't use a sword, and he goes, oh yeah, I don't use a sword. And that is a deeply serious, terrifying character.
Yeah, hang on, let me illustrate the Luffy legs cover.
Yeah, I love that a lot of Luffy's powers are just him fucking around.
Yeah.
Like, the reason I talk so much about Trafalgar's powers is I find it fascinating. It's like, oh, you can tell he, like, cleverly experimented to figure out, like, how his powers could interact and he could use them for combat. Then we have Gum Gum Boy.
Like this.
Like this.
Like this.
Hey, you remember how they make that like little remote control drone that's shaped to look like Kirby? I got a hot new idea for
No.
Shonen Jump's merchandise team.
No. 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 No.
You don't want to see a drone?
No. No.
Do you think they've ever made balloons that are printed to look like Luffy? You could just pop. You could just like have a little head. I'm just gonna draw,
okay?
Oh well, when I have smart ideas, suddenly. I see how it is. He fly in the air like a sky dancer. Fuck.
Oh,
he does.
God. It was so sad when he went right into the fire and died instead of...
Yeah, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
So, also just to sell you on Trafalgar Law, first of all, he's taller than both Zoro and Sanji, and Sanji could have another growth spurt because we learned what one of his parents looked like. Birth parents, bio parent, let's be real here.
Yeah.
And Sanji could have another foot of growth. Zoro, as far as we know, absolutely does not. Zoro is as tall as Zoro's ever gonna be, so far as I can tell. But I think it's cute that Trafalgar is taller than both of them right now.
Yeah, I think so too. It's very charming.
It's cute.
He's like 6'3", I think, and he wears heels on top of that. Good for him.
Good for him. Good for him. Also, it's cute when taciturn boys get flirted with, and that's just, I mean, that's science.
That's science,
I don't know,
baby.
Also, since I know our scene is here, it's Goemon, it's the Goemon Ishikawa type.
Yeah, he's Goemon.
Goemon Ishikawa the 13th, that's a little bit go. Imagine if Goemon Ishikawa the 13th, like, had to learn surgery, it's kind of that. Like, I know in theory Zoro's the Goemon, but also he's not, are we a little bit recreating Goemon, Jigen, Lupin? Listen.
See.
It's good.
See, Zoro's the Jigen.
Yeah, that's what Zoro's the Jigen, that's the thing.
Sanji
is just Luffy in a non-leadership role with a cooking obsession. Now, does that connect at all to our incredible uncertainty that Sanji is some form of trans femme? Yes. Obviously, Lupin is either some form of genderqueer, gender fluid, or trans in any phase. Several directions. This is known fact. By us. And other trans people who are really into Lupin the Third.
It came to us in a dream. That's our source.
Well... yeah. Listen, Monkey Punch appeared in a vision, and...
Yeah. Yeah.
He does that sometimes.
Yeah, he does that.
And then he talks about how it's dumb to try and draw more than 2 types of shoe, which, you know, can't
So true,
really.
King. So true.
Lupin didn't steal my gender by being cis. Listen, it's true. Which, okay, here's the thing. You could also look at Zoro and go like, is that a Zenigata? No. Technically, Usopp's far closer in type, but instead, Zenigata is just... Literally, Captain Smoker is just plunk Zenigata down and beef him up to, like, even more extremes, and he's not allowed to wear a shirt, and he smokes 2 cigars at all time!
Good for him!
Anyways.
Dual-wielding those fat sausages. Good for him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Drawing Sanji from the back is hard.
Yeah, he's got a weird haircut.
He does.
Like, it's cute, but the thing is, from the back, I feel like, you know, there's always the thing of, like, someone wrote in, like, oh, is he based on Leo DiCaprio? And I'm like, he's super not. But I do think from the back, his hairstyle does resolve out to Romeo plus Juliet era.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zenigata should wear a shirt less, maybe, I'm just saying. True.
So true.
True.
So true.
That's good for your health. I think the 2 cigars cancel each other out.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. No, you're right.
Yeah, I think so. Do not ask if Sanji will get in health trouble from smoking. The answer is no, because that would be a bummer, and he smokes because, in a fictional setting, it's cool. I'm pretty sure that's literally what Oda would say. I think Oda's response if someone asked about that would be like, do you really want to see that in a manga? That would be very sad. My editor would have some words for me. By the way, don't smoke, children!
It was really sad how Sanji died of, like, lung issues before they could get out of Wano.
I think it's really fucking good Sanji is based off Steve Buscemi, like, very genuinely.
Yes.
Oh, super agree! No, part of why Sanji is so charming is, like, the bones of his face are actually, like, interesting.
Yeah.
In a way. That, like, I kind of wish he got to look more wonky later on.
Agreed. Hey, you know,
But
in a way, he looks more wonky.
that's true. Oh, you mean his goatee? Oh, you mean his goatee lit?
No.
His mustache lit?
No, I
You
mean...
don't love his razor-thin, desperate attempt at chin and beard hair?
I mean Mr. Staircase Man. I mean Mr. Wacky Hijinks. I mean the Tom and Jerry that overtakes, you know?
Oh, yeah. Merorin. Also his wanted posters, which are extremely fucking funny.
Oh, God.
I love Smoker. He's 5 degrees away from being a character in an animated health PSA. True, but in the animated health PSA, they wouldn't allow him to be a cop because America's a nightmare.
Yeah, agreed.
But also, now remember, kids, don't smoke. I'm eating 2 lollipops. What did they even do with him in the 4Kids dub?
God knows.
Hold on. Let me take a break from our show that we do to our extremely patient audience to do a really interesting Google. One Piece 4Kids smoker. Because I know Sanji, they had to be like, it's a lollipop.
Yes.
It's a lollipop, honest. Like every time he, oh no, bugs.
What?
They just edited the cigars out, so he's just huffing smoke out of his mouth.
Huh.
Permanently.
Let me see.
Constantly.
Show?
Hold on. Oh, the image that comes up is really good.
Let's see.
Hold on, I'm getting it for you. Oh,
that's kind of cute though.
It is. Oh god. Let me send over a picture of the infamous lollipop edit too, because I can't emphasize enough how fucking goofy it looks. Let me get that for you.
Thank you.
Oh, your web peas will not stop me. I have the screenshot button. Which, to be fair, Smoker's gum power, not gum power, his devil fruit power is literally that he can turn into a man made of smoke.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as edits go, it's kind of clever, because you can be like, because he's made of smoke, instead of, he just likes to smoke. Look at that fucking busted ass lollipop.
Alright, let's see.
Look at that fucking...
Oh, wow.
Right? They really just edited a lollipop like candy to the end. I love my extra thick stick. Bent stick lolly. That's Oh, it's got a sturdy stick to it.
Very good.
It looks like it's so obvious. Like, I gotta find a clip of that fucker in motion later. Like, I want to see that desperately photoshopped lollipop just duck and dodge and weave.
Yeah.
Which I've talked about this before on air, but it will never stop being funny to me that Oda literally referenced it later.
Yes.
To cue that in a candy-themed area, they see someone's like, oh, it's Sanji! That's Sanji! He's weird, it's not... And then it cuts to him, like, the quote-unquote Sanji on a tree branch, holding a lollipop, and it's like, oh... that's not him, huh?
It's good. It's good. It's good.
I'll be honest. I think if I was him, I would also just think it was really funny. Like,
yeah.
Like, because on some level it had to be like, okay, yeah, fair enough. I did kind of put a character who smokes like a chimney in my children's manga. Which I love, though, because, like, when you're a kid, you don't think about, like, oh, later on this might influence me to really smoke. You're just like, oh, that's the cool guy thing that cool guys in movies do. And, I want to be a grown-up and drink big, goofy mugs of whatever that yellow frothy stuff is. Like, oh, I bet beer is like cream soda, and they just won't let me taste it. I had parents who were cool enough that I found out very fast that I'd be like, I want a sip of that, and my dad would be like, okay, kid, good luck, and it's not good. It's not good. It's not good. It's really not good when you're like 6. But oh, the visual of the big frothy beer mug. Ooh. Ooh. And I kind of love that One Piece has, like, the big dumb party with big wooden mugs.
Yeah.
Because when you're a kid, it looks like the best possible time. Yeah. Now, kids love stories that get really dramatic and dark and intense. Just check any Magical Girl series. Good God. Like, and I don't mean no, like, Madoka dumb shit. I mean, hey, remember that part in Sailor Moon where the Sailor Scouts all died?
Oh, yeah.
And Sailor Moon is left alone, crying in the abyss? Which, reportedly the manga artist, creator of Sailor Moon was really mad about that because she was like, my editor didn't even let me kill one person! And now suddenly the anime gets to kill. Alright, fine. I'm not allowed to murder Amy brutally. And it's like, alright, damn girl. I always am very fond of her because she would write like little author doodles and like my Tokyo Pop copies of the Sailor Moon manga where she's like, I found fan fiction of Sailor Moon and I printed it out. Honestly, though, honestly.
It's about 1, so let's look over everything we did today.
And please look forward to reoccurring segment, I got a ship to sell you.
Yeah, we might, once we're able to talk about law, I think we might take another stab at that, because...
Isn't too far off. Isn't too far off.
Yeah.
I think if we keep going in, like, roughly chronological order, it'll be like a 2-piece with Yamato, which...
Ooh.
Oh, Yamato.
Yamato.
Ooh.
We did this, and the persimmons, and a ranch. You made fun of me for making persimmons in my brain. And law. And law. And persimmons. We did so much today.
Kinda did. It's a lot of drawings.
It is. Let's look at some fan art.
Woo! Let's take a look at some fan art.
Let's see.
Look for it in about half an hour when the hyper-focus energy wears off and we turn into sand.
Hooray!
Hooray.
Let's see. Okay, here we go. A beep boop. Yay! Okay. Last time we were playing Pikmin 3. So this is from Puppy Dog City. Oh, fuck.
Oh, yeah, last time we did, Pikmin 3, and it was an early,
yeah. I got real sick, sorry.
It was the one time where we had to skip fan art. Thank you all for...
Thank you.
Oh, and then you take one Space Bunny ear and put it through the other Space Bunny ear, and there you have it. He just spent all day putting their boots on, and now he has to take them all off again because it's night. He knows he has to do it again tomorrow, right?
I don't know. Kinda cute.
Why is that your takeaway?
This is so cute.
This is really cute.
Look at them with their
We
little
were joking
boots.
about how Charlie puts little tiny rain boots on every single Pikmin because it is raining out. And they need little boots because it's wet out. And this is so cute. I love
This
the
is
way
fucking-
Alf's little,
oh,
like,
the little heart.
pose.
That's cute.
Yeah!
Cuppy, your
Oh.
art is always such a pleasure to see. Thank you so much.
Yeah! It's always a joy, and I do truly love that we have all just decided that Alf has that semi-regrettable crush on the himbo.
Good for them.
Honestly.
Bugs, your
honestly.
speed always astounds me. Thank you, Vegeta. That's very kind of you to say.
Yeah.
Moth Critter,
And for
Blue
Moth
Pikmin
Critter.
Doodles.
These are so good. Look at these entities. Look at these beasts.
This is very
They have a
home
mouth.
movies to me. I couldn't tell you why, but
Yeah.
it is. This is beautiful.
Is the blue Pikmin's mouth like
Yes.
a gill?
Oh. Maybe.
Because it's like, their speciality is that they can breathe underwater, and none of the other Pikmins need mouths above water. And I know that they're plants, so like gill isn't quite the word for it.
No,
but...
there is literally an entry somewhere that talks about gills on them. I'm just trying to remember what it said. But wow, this is fucking great. This is so cute.
This
Thank
is
you, Moth
wonderful.
Critter.
I really love the proportions, and I like the use of like thin line weight. It kind of adds a certain
Yes.
something to their overall vibe.
Big
These are good
agree.
beasts.
Thank you. Pickles, during the vacation I was watching Bugsnax VOD. Can you believe it's been around a year since they happened? They're still very good, drawn last night. Thank you so much. When I saw this go up, I was like, holy shit, Frankie looking fan art.
Yeah! I love the way you drew me here. I really like the hand posing on top of the cane. That's very well enunciated fingers, and I do always appreciate being drawn as a fridge of a man because it's more or less accurate.
The hand pose here, the firecracker. This is so fucking fun. The color palette. Oh, this is
and
so
I really
cool.
love the smug aura that we both have is extremely fun because truly I do enjoy that because our shtick is like being mooks, we get that like Team Skull like kind of thing. Yeah, boss.
Yeah, boys. Yeah.
What do you think, boss?
What do you think, boss?
We are both boss. We are all boss. Thank you so much, Pickles.
Thank
This
you,
is
Pickles.
really wonderful.
This is so fucking dope. Thank you.
Also, apologies to all fan artists who are confronted with, oh, there's got to be a pattern on this shirt. I see you. I see you making choices.
Oh, Tender Scorch, me with all of Law's crew decided the little law I drew was bad, so I'm just using his jacket design. That's okay!
This is cute!
This is fucking cute! Thank you, Forge! Look at that!
I just think he's neat. Yeah, it's kind of like that, honestly.
He is neat.
It's a little like that.
He's my boy. He's my boy. He's my boy. I have two separate Law figures I use for reference, and another one is coming in this week.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tender's Forge. Oh, Pickles again.
Write-offs.
I heard somewhere Luffy's character is someone inspired by Gamba from Gamba. Oh, hi, Romeo. Gamba no Boken, so I wanted to draw a Sanji mouse. Hope this makes sense to put here.
It makes absolute sense to put here. Absolutely it does.
That's so cute.
Yeah,
oh, the
and
shape
I've never
work
heard
is
that before,
fantastic.
but I just did a quick like Google of what Gamba no Boken is, and this looks very cute and interesting. I'll have to check. I'll have to do a little more research into that. But I always like hearing about old like semi-foundational like anime that just you never hear about on the West because it's not that well known out here. But this is a really cute drawing, and I love you got the swirly eyebrow. You got the like posing. I do think Sanji as a mouse is actually perfect, and you can't even know why yet. But you actually hit a pretty major character detail on the head. If Sanji was a mink, I could see a white mouse specifically, like
cute.
red eyes, white fur, kind of lab mouse kind of look. Yeah, this is wonderful and really nice, like shape work with this level of like toon animal mix and getting across that base mousiness.
Yeah,
very good.
Sorry, I was petting Romeo. This, again, fucking wonderful. Thank you so
Extremely.
much.
Thank you so much. How Romeo doing?
He's good. You might not have heard him because he's learned to come up to me and trill very quietly while I'm working on stuff. It's very... Yeah. Let me...
Where are we gonna send folks?
Let me figure that out. Next time we stream, God knows what it'll be, maybe even more drawing. Huh?
It could be more drawing. We got Wind Waker, we got Moon. Kingdom Hearts might be in the oven, like, one more week.
Yeah,
before we're ready to bring it back in, because without tipping our hand too much, it requires going through... Oh, listen, we could just bring you the important highlights, but that's not Kingdom Hearts. That's not Kingdom Hearts. So, we're sending you guys over to Harotoma. Be good. Follow chat rules.
Yeah, Harutomo's playing Klonoa too.
Oh shit, fuck yeah.
Speedrunning.
But thank you all so much for coming here tonight. Thank you for all of your support, especially tonight on a Doodle and Discuss night. We truly, genuinely appreciate it. And thank you so much for just being here in chat, chatting with us, hanging out with us for a stream. It always means a great deal to us, especially after a break. And we will see you all next time. And we will play with Romeo. And also... have a good night. Thank you as always for being in chat. Thank you for looking. Thank you if you're watching the VODs, if that's how you consume our content. We do see you and we hugely appreciate you, and we appreciate all your comments on YouTube. Thank you if you tell friends, if you're watching the clips. Get in the jar.
Get in the jar.
Jar time.
Get in the jar.
Get in the jar. Oh, we put fresh leaf in the jar. Ooh, we put fresh leaf in the jar. Ooh, so clean and nice of leaf.
Ooh, so nice of leaf.
No, get in the jar. Get in the jar. Get in the jar. It's nice, I promise. Get in the jar.
Get in the jar.
Get the lid. Get the lid. Get the lid. Get the... Where's the lid?
Uh-oh.
Fuck.